Connie, if you would like to come up here right now at the beginning. Since you know today that you're going to be getting it.
Give her these hands. You can hold them for
Why don't you hold those? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Connie Garofalo, 2014 Employee Spotlight of the Year. Whereas Connie Garofalo gracefully orchestrates the presentation and discussion of Pitkin County's massive annual budget across countless hours of internal and public meetings, and whereas Connie Garofalo helps 39 different departments prepare and present their budget proposals while gently reminding them to focus their efforts on that shining star in the strategic plan galaxy that we are all bound to aspire to. She is always gracious, kind, patient, smart, wise, trustworthy, and nurturing, and never flinches or winces when we interrupt her. And whereas Connie Garofalo is always prepared and unflappable, even when posed with the most detailed questions from commissioners, and she endures the constant demands of the finance director and county manager with poise and grace. She is our idol of budgetary prowess. Whereas Connie Garofalo often travels to the not-so-Garden of Eden, a foreign place where few county employees dare to go. When we are forced ourselves to travel there, Connie coolly and calmly guides us through, helping us complete our budgetary missions as painlessly as possible. Whereas Connie Garofalo tangos with org charts and work plans, glides effortlessly across equipment replacement schedules, cost centers, and cost allocation plans, she tiptoes through those pesky journal entries. Her mastery of the minutiae is mind-boggling and a joy to observe. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Connie Garofalo as a highly valued employee that consistently raises the bar and is a positive role model for the entire Pitkin County staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You want to say a few words to her?
I said a few words yesterday, so I'll just leave it. Thank you for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. John, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda today.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment about items that aren't on the agenda for today? Mr. Lou Butner.
It's getting bigger and bigger. Lou Butner. I'm here on the Crown Mountain Ranch amended subdivision plat again. A suggestion, if you passed it on to the county staff, if they would contact me, I won't be bothering you anymore. What I have is some questions that developed after reading a couple articles in my trade magazines. One of the questions is, did the acceptance of the subdivision, you don't have to write it down, Bob, I'll give you a copy.
It's okay.
Did the acceptance of the subdivision amended depicting the road as an easement convey the county ownership of that road to the developer? As I said before, the county, in my estimation, has fee title to that road. And it is now part of the private lots. Also a question is, does the fact that the original conveyance deed restrict the conveyance as a public road have anything to do with anything? And number 3 question is the county unable now to claim if the county lost that, can the county, are they unable to claim that road, their fee title? Have they been stopped from doing that? Another question is, has the county subdivision review procedures been revised since '06, or are they still the same as permitted the errors? And then my last question is on the conservation easements. Are all your conservation easements the same? The state statute lists numerous items that could be granted, developed under a conservation easement. And so consequently, that's the whole thing. I have these questions, and as I say, if your staff member, if somebody's been appointed to take care of this, if they would contact me, I will deal with them and I won't bother you folks anymore. There's about 8 lists of these, including my typo error. So you can get a copy here. I'll just leave them here.
Okay. Thank you, Lou, and we'll make sure that our staff member in the attorney's office gets a copy of that, and
As I
John,
say, there's
if-
about 8 or 10 copies
yeah,
there.
and John, if we can get a response from you on at least a preliminary response within the next 2 weeks, and let Mr. Buettner know, so we can save him the trip coming up here.
I don't
in 2
know if
weeks.
you noticed it, but this was reported in the newspaper. So, if you have a meeting next week, I won't be here,
No, the next one actually will be, I think, in 3 weeks from now.
because next week I'm out of town. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Lou.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a statement? You can state your name for the record.
Mike Maple. Thank you for hearing me. I have 2 things I wanted to comment on pretty briefly. Back in December, as Mr. Peacock and at least some of the county commissioners acknowledged, traffic in Aspen was pretty awful. And I am concerned that my elected officials, both city and county officials, pretty much do nothing about traffic into town and dealing with the entrance to Aspen and that sort of thing. So I'm here to ask you to follow up on Mr. Peacock's comments and I believe Rachel Richards' comments in the paper, and get engaged on what many of us consider to be the biggest problem with this end of Pickens County, and that is getting to and from Aspen. So I ask you to get engaged in that. On a related note, as you may or may not have learned, or will learn, I think we have a work session or something like that. The city is currently planning on making some modifications to the Hallam Street corridor going across the Castle Creek Bridge. I happen to be a cyclist and commute from Cemetery Lane on a nearly daily basis to my place of employment in town here. So you would think that I'd be a proponent of an improved bike lane, but I'm not. And the reason I'm not is because while it may serve me, I don't think it serves the community very well, both the residents of Aspen, as well as Picken County, as well as the workers that travel up Valley. So I would like to ask you to be engaged in this discussion, and to be certain that the proposed improvements are not going to aggravate an already catastrophic, in my opinion, problem with the ability to get in and out of our town. And then secondly, since I'm here, I also wanted to touch base on employee housing. I haven't followed it very closely, but I understand you all are in the process of revisiting some employee housing rules and regulations and categories and that sort of thing. And I think that the employee housing program is a fantastic program, but it needs to be more carefully administered and periodically updated. The value of the Aspen and Picken County employee housing program is in the very many billions of dollars, and I am concerned that it is not carefully enough managed, given the size and scope and value of those assets. And I hope that with the hiring of a new housing director, perhaps there'll be new energy and new ideas and new focus. But I'm just concerned that our community dollars, both city dollars as well as county dollars and assessments and fees and that sort of thing, are not being effectively managed and utilized, and that this very, very important resource is being being in some ways abused and not effectively mitigating the challenges that we have in this community.
First, I want to it's nice to see you. And I don't know if we have we have an upcoming elected officials transportation committee meeting, and I don't know if we have anything on the agenda as far as the entrance. I'm seeing maybe some from Ryan Pettit.
It's scheduled at the next board work session on the 3rd of March. So we have a half-hour briefing on that improvement proposal and
The bridge approval, and
The
then what
bridge.
about the entrance as a whole? Are we having any discussions? We don't have that, so maybe that's something we can at least start the conversation with at the EOTC or something. I'm just trying to come up with an avenue in which we could approach that. And specific to the bridge, in looking at the preliminary designs, I too am concerned at the narrowness of the laneage. That bridge is already tricky enough with the 2 lanes that exist, and I think that's probably your concern is it's going to be tight. And I know the city is thinking and looking at that, but that'll probably be part of our discussion then on the 3rd.
Yeah, actually, I think the problem goes far beyond the bridge. I'm not a traffic engineer, but it's very simple to see that the part of the problem with exiting from Aspen is the S-curves, and if you take a 90-degree corner that is and make it narrower and more difficult to negotiate, I think it's reasonable to expect that it will slow traffic down, and therefore it will further back up traffic into town, and that's a big problem. Equally, by reconfiguring the bus lanes, it will be more difficult for the buses to turn the corner, then exit the traffic lanes, and then pull back into traffic, so that will have a further slowing of our already
So it's a bigger
badly
picture.
clogged artery. So it's really the whole thing from 7th Street to as far west as it goes, which I guess is just to the other side of the Castle Creek Bridge.
Right.
But anyways, here again, as a member of this community, it is stupefying to me that that the whole issue of access to Aspen, gets talked about every decade or so in a heated way, and then nothing gets done, and it completely falls off the map. The problem doesn't completely fall off the map. So if it's not on my elected officials' agenda and topic of discussion every single year, you've got your blinders on. So.
Okay. We heard your message, Mike, and we are talking about it on March 3rd on Tuesday. And then the elected officials transportation committee meeting is next Thursday. And I don't know what the agenda is, but we'll definitely talk about your concerns on Tuesday at our work session here. So thank you, appreciate it. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, are there any commissioners who would like to comment?
Yeah, just
Patty?
real brief. I'm sorry that I missed the work session yesterday. I was helping my mother celebrate her 90th birthday in California, and while I was there, thankfully California got rain. I went down to enjoy the beach, and they got rain, and I slid back in, literally slid back in last night between storms, and it's nice to be back out of the traffic. Even if it's traffic on getting in and out of Aspen, it's nothing like the traffic in Southern California.
Well, Patty, we appreciate the fact that you did a snow dance because it snowed quite.
That's right, I
quite a
said that
bit
last
here.
meeting, didn't I?
Yeah.
It worked.
It worked, I guess.
Yep. It's in the minutes, I saw that. Thank you, Jeanette.
George?
For those of you who don't know, Colorado has its newest and now 8th national monument in our great state of Colorado. And the designation of Browns Canyon was just made official last week by President Obama using the Antiquities Act. Browns Canyon, of course, encompasses about 21,000 acres on both sides of the Arkansas River. This is a great opportunity to protect this unique area for future generations, for its recreational aspects, from rafting to fishing to hiking, and also to protect and preserve what has been called a very unique habitat landscape for wildlife, as well as preserving some important archaeology. So this was this was work that was precipitated for several years by now former Senator Udall and current Senator Bennett. I want to thank them for their hard work and efforts in terms of understanding the need to protect special places like this for our state.
Thank you, George. And I might add that one reason Browns Canyon is special is they have extra water there. And a lot of that extra water is thanks to Pickens County and Eagle County that have diversions that go into the Arkansas River and make that the top most popular rafting destination in Colorado.
It's beautiful over there.
Any other commissioner comments? I'd like to point out that Rachel Richards is not here today because she is representing the county in Washington, D.C. at the National Association of Counties meeting. She is the vice chair of the Colorado Counties, Inc. Public Lands Committee, so that she and Commissioner John Martin from Garfield County are the two officers of that, so they're both back in Washington right now and really doing pretty extensive lobbying efforts on behalf of Pickens County. Okay, moving on to consent actions. We have approval of minutes of work sessions of February 3rd, special meeting minutes of February 10th and 17th, and the regular meeting of February 11th.
Move to approve. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Second is a resolution approving the 2015 list of highway user tax fund roads. And GR, do you want to make any comments about this list of roads?
Sure. Thank you, Steve. I'm GR Fielding. I'm the Pickens County engineer. And before you today is a resolution adopting a list of roads that gets sent to the state so the county can receive funding from the Highway User Tax Fund. This year there's only several minor changes to the list. Those changes are a result of the work that the county undertook in the Aspen Airport Business Center. Many of those roads have been widened to accommodate better drainage and some parking. Because that change in width, it changes the number of lane miles that we can claim. And so those changes have been made to this and are being submitted this year for the first time.
GR, I had noticed on the list, I was looking like on Snowmass Creek, and there are Snowmass Creek is listed a lot of different times. Is that because there are different widths in different parts of the road? Or different, some parts are dirt and some parts are chip and seal and some parts are pavement? Is that the reason for that?
Yeah, there's a different rate that the county receives from the HUTF depending on the type of surface that the road has.
Uh-huh.
And I'd have to go through and look at Snowmass Creek Road specifically, but there's a lot of roads within the county that are listed many different times, and just about all of them that you'll notice are roads that are paved closer towards State Highway 82, and then as they reach further up their valleys, they go to a gravel road.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of them may go from a gravel road then to like a natural dirt surface, and those are different classifications as well.
So then each of those is counted as a different amount towards the whole formula.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any,
So a motion?
yeah, accept the motion?
I'll do a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving the 2015 list of highway user tax fund roads. And I believe once upon passage, we need to sign this today for you to move forward. Is that correct?
Yes, and
Okay. I just remember that from before.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. GR. Moving on to consent actions. First reading set for public hearing on March 11th. First one is an ordinance authorizing acquisition of the Lazy Glen property. And we have Dale and Matt are here.
It's going to take just a second to warm up. We'll have a couple maps up for you. Matt Adeletti, Acquisition Manager for Pickton County Open Space and Trails. This is presenting for you the Lazy Glen property. That's the name of the property that the staff has been calling this potential acquisition. It's approximately 40 acres. And I'd like to bring a map up probably before I get too far into it so you got a good idea here. Property has been listed for the past couple of years at about 3.6 million, and then they dropped the price down to 2.6 million. And we had some discussions with the Open Space Trails Board of Trustees. You got that? Yep, got it. You know what the password is?
Just hit the arrow.
If you want to talk at all while I get this up.
Okay. I will pitch it here. The property's been commonly known as the Kiryanov property. Dr. Kiryanov owned it for a long time, and his estate is seeking to sell it. I think the commissioners are fairly familiar with it. It's a property that went through a subdivision approval in 2006. The approval was never fully consummated by the recording of the plat, and the estate has elected to put the property on the market without recording the plat, which was what initially piqued Open Space's interest, because the subdivision plat had included a couple of dedications that we're anxious to see come to fruition. One of those was a fishing access parcel on the highway side of the property. We'll get here on a map in just a moment, but the property lies on the Roaring Fork River just below the Snowmass Conoco. The other dedication that was anticipated in the subdivision approval is the northern end of the property was going to be conveyed to the county as open space, but also as a potential landing site for a bridge for pedestrians to serve the Lazy Glen community to access the Grand Trail. The status quo down there is not very safe, and occasionally you'll see parents walking their small children down the edge of the Highway 82, either to the Wingo area to get on the trail or up to the Snowmass Bridge to get on the trail, and that's been something that we've been concerned about for years. The Open Space Board started thinking more seriously about buying this thing outright as a result of the owner's disinclination to record the subdivision approvals, and we've identified several features of the property that merit investment in it as open space. In addition to the two things that were going to come to us on the dedication, the property includes some beautiful riparian area. It's almost a mile of the Roaring Fork River, which our current board chair of the Open Space Board has calculated is about 1% of the distance of the Roaring Fork River, 2%, something like that, of the entire reach between Aspen and Glenwood Springs. So it's got a nice long reach of the river flowing through it. The subdivision approvals had placed two houses very close to the river. They were done before the current river setbacks. So from a scenic point of view, if the subdivision were recorded and fully developed, you would wind up with a couple of houses built in what's currently kind of a scenic river corridor. In addition, the property has significant water rights, both from the Roaring Fork, but also from Snowmass Creek, and those play into some long-range strategies that the county's been pursuing through its Healthy Rivers Fund. And of course, the Rio Grande Trail runs through the property as well, and the location of the property between the trail and the river then affords us the potential of having a pretty nice river park in the mid-valley. So for all those reasons, the Open Space Board is recommending this purchase. We had to go to a full price offer on it due to some competing offers that surfaced, I think, after we had a chance to discuss this with you last. And consequently, we're proposing a $2.6 million purchase. One caveat here is that the property does also include a large residence, 3,600 square feet, which doesn't much fit into the open space portfolio. It sits right on the upper edge of the property. This is working upstairs.
There we go.
Okay.
Is it right here?
That's the barn.
That's
If you,
the barn.
a little lower down. Right? Yep, right there.
Yep.
It sits right there. So you'll notice in our ordinance, we're proposing to invoke a provision in the Home Rule Charter that allows us to reserve the option of reselling aspects of the property that aren't needed for the protection of open space, and specifically we're contemplating reselling that house on enough acreage to make the house desirable, but without biting too deeply into the open space. The actual acreage of that can be determined by the commissioners in the Open Space Board after the closing. And we also have had discussions with the Healthy Rivers Board about different possible strategies with the water rights that might also invoke that flexibility that is an option that we have under the charter. I think that's all I have to say now. You want to jump back on this? Or?
No, I think that you've got it all covered. The county would be acquiring the barn there, which is it, top one? Yeah, the barn there, which has I think 5 horse stables inside of it, and we would use that for open space. Staff would use that to store some of our maintenance equipment, and it's a good location because it's mid-valley basically.
Have you looked at the Lazy Glen Trailer Park side of the river to see if it's is feasible to do a bridge and have access from the trailers to the river?
We looked at that pretty extensively when the county was negotiating the terms of the subdivision approval back in 2006. And there's a spot that's behind where the old nursery used to be, about here, that lends itself to that. As part of that, in our discussions in 2006, the Lazy Glen Homeowners Association had said they would also allow the public to come from the rafta stops here on some sort of a route over to that bridge. So the bridge would serve not only this community, but can be a tie into this underpass and bus stops that have been located here.
George?
Yeah, I mean, just following on that comment, I support this. I think one of the stronger aspects of this purchase is to allow a substantial number of homeowners at the Lazy Glen Trailer Park access, a safe access to a great recreational corridor, which is Rio Grande Trail, along with possibilities of a river park, a fishing park. I think it's a tremendous asset for the Mid-Valley and certainly for those residents.
Steve?
Patty?
And I think there's some, in addition to that, there's some agricultural uses I think that we've been really looking at, and it's a prime location for that. I think that's really critical for that section. I have a question though that we've never really talked about, and I don't know if it would work. Is there any possibility of a launch area there, and ingress egress to the river, put in takeout? I don't know. I'm familiar with the property, but we didn't really walk that far up the property in 2006.
We can certainly look at it. Some boaters have expressed a desire to have more places along the river that they can pull off and stage a picnic or something out of their boats, and it would be perfect for that. There's a takeout that's just downstream,
right on the other side of the river.
But the nearest put-in going back upstream is clear back up at the lower Woody Creek Bridge.
Right.
So having some choices here won't hurt anything.
I just thought it might be an opportunity for us to look at as we're looking at the full use. I think it's an exceptional property when, as I said before, when you ride the bus and you sit on that side of the river, that side of the highway, and you look, it's an exceptional preservation for the fishing, for just the quality and the health of the river there. And I fully support it. I think it's a great parcel.
A little bit of historical perspective. The log house that sits at Lazy Glen used to be on the other side of the river. It belonged to the Bioni family. And there was a debris flow or flash flood or something that came down out of the gulch there. And that's why they moved that house on the other side of the river. So that would just be something, I think, to check into on to make sure that the house we'd be purchasing is actually in a safe location, or if some mitigation would potentially need to be done in case there's for when there is a future debris flow.
I think the house sits up a little higher, doesn't it?
To my memory, it's not in the mouth of that gully. The gully comes down through here and the house is down here.
And it sits up higher from the river itself.
Yes, it does, yeah.
We can certainly look at that.
Anybody want to make a motion on this?
I would make a motion to approve the acquisition of the Lazy Glen property.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the acquisition. Any further discussion?
It's just set for public hearing on, what was it, the 11th?
Set for public hearing on March 11th.
Steve?
Yes.
I just realized we've got an open space trustee here on a different matter, but you want to say anything about this, Bob?
Thank you for supporting this. This has been a long time coming, highly sought after. We've been looking at for a bridge here since 2006, and quite frustrated that haven't been able to make that connection to one of the veteran communities in the county over to the Rio Grande. This just looks like all the stars have really aligned quite nicely, and this, I like to think of this property as sort of hitting on all cylinders. It's a good addition to the open space portfolio. Thank you for your
Thanks,
support.
Hawk.
Thanks, Hawk. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next is a resolution approving change in terms for citizen boards by amending bylaws. And Charlotte Anderson is here.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Anderson from County Manager's Office. And we discussed last week about term changes. And I'm just bringing this to the BOCC to approve term changes from 2 years to 4 years for the boards listed in the packet. There are a few other minor changes, as if you look through the packet, that have been made to these bylaws, and I'm getting more liaisons saying, oh, we probably should change this and that, but for now we're doing terms, and we'll probably back up the other changes at a later time.
Yeah, I had noticed that there were other bylaw changes in there which we haven't looked at or talked about, and I was just wondering if those should be included now, or should we discuss those changes now? Or should we do two different actions, one to change the terms from 2 years to 4 years, and then spend more time looking at the bylaws changes?
Well, I would suggest this is a first reading.
Mm-hmm.
It's a first reading, so I would suggest if we want to have any questions to discuss, we should use this opportunity to do this now. I don't think we need to separate the issue out.
Okay. And maybe we can just go through the proposed changes that are different than the change in the length of the terms.
I believe it's the Agricultural Building Review Committee, page 4. There were just a couple of changes, 4 and 5. They just put a little wording, Article 3, the responsibilities of the board, assist the Community Development Department in reviewing the site plan review applications for agricultural buildings. And then under membership qualifications, shall have an interest in and knowledge of agricultural operations and buildings. I think those were the only additional ones in that one.
Are these suggested by
By the liaison.
Okay.
Yes. Since I'm the one who made that change, that just actually makes the language fully consistent with what's in the land use code, in terms of how we describe to the committee. So when Charlotte sent out the bylaws for revisions, I just caught those things that would tweak language a little bit.
Okay. They sound reasonable to me. Page 45 is the one I have.
45?
Well, there's another one, but it's not in the red, it's in purple. Is that another change?
On which one?
Let's see.
I just was flipping through here and I can't.
I believe it's on page 12, Article 8, Section 1, amendment. Is that what you're looking
Right,
at?
that's what
Okay.
it jumped
That
at.
has been added to all of these bylaws that did not have that article in it before, just to kind of state that you
Right, it's
you
at the-
guys are the,
So would that make all of the different bylaws consistent in that respect?
yes.
Yeah,
I noticed that language was added several times.
Correct.
okay. And then the next one was page 40.
45 was,
Yeah, that was another one that just cleaned up that language.
Yeah.
that was the
45.
same,
Right.
the Redstone Historic Preservation Committee.
And I believe those were really that item was added to the bylaws that did not have that
Right.
for consistency.
I think it just cleans up the language on all of them is what you did.
Correct.
And did you say there, Charlotte, there were other,
Well, I've had a couple
Potential
of
ones?
other, I think we need to work on the Board of Adjustment, or no, Board of Appeals. I think we'll probably have to come back because they found previous bylaws. That's a joint board. And the city had one thing, the county had one thing, and so we're kind of working with that liaison to get everything consistent, and it looked nothing like our bylaws today on most of our boards. So we'll be working with them. Redstone Historic Preservation, I think, had a couple of things that they wanted changed. And I'm, kind of getting emails and calls from people on weekly basis to say, oh, we should probably do this, so.
So those would need to come back to us at a future date.
Correct.
So we could move this one along now, we can clean up that other stuff later.
okay, sounds good, Charlotte. Accept the motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the changes in the term of citizen boards by amending bylaws. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Charlotte.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Moving on to consent public hearings, second readings. First is an ordinance authorizing acquisition of the Smuggler Mountain minerals.
Matt Adeletti, Acquisition Manager for Pickens County Open Space and Trails. This was an auction that Dale and I and Jeff Woods from the City of Aspen went to in the end of July. This is the second reading. And this is for the acquisition of the mineral rights, 100% of the mineral rights under the Smuggler Mountain Open Space. It includes, let's see if this is working. It includes this load here, the Pontiac load, and the Grand Turk load, which are on the Forest Service land, and then includes all of these that are in the yellow, within the yellow. The county owns the minerals in the other parts, but this was owned by the Ed Smart estate. So we went to the auction back in the end of July, and we were able to acquire these mineral rights for the price of $37,400. So we ask that the commissioners approve this purchase. This way we can eliminate the potential nuisance of anyone ever coming back and potentially mining this in the future. The county spent over $20 million or so on preserving these property rights up here, so we would just hate to see anything in the future ever come of it. So with the county purchasing this and owning the mineral rights, we get rid of that potential use in the future, and this just kind of cleans up our ownership and just and adds that kind of benefit to our open space. So.
George?
Matt,
Oh yeah.
are there any other mining claims out there that we don't know of, or we do know of, that we may need to be watching?
I don't know that, but that's something that we can look into.
But as far as we know,
As far as we know, under the tutelage of the county attorney, I've learned to never say we've acquired the last interest.
I think we've heard that before.
But as far as we know, this consolidates the Smuggler open space to the center of the earth. So,
well, is that true, or is it just to 500 feet?
no, these mineral rights begin at 500 feet.
And go all the way down.
500 feet.
Down, go down.
So who owns from 500 feet to the surface?
We do.
The county.
Already own that. Was that through the purchase from Wilk Wilkinson?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And this acquisition is split half for the city of Aspen and half for the Pickens County. So the county's actual amount is $18,700.
have a question.
Okay.
How does that affect it for the current smuggler mine if they mine back in under? Do they have to stop at that unknown under, well, yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, how would they know where to stop if they were to mine that again? We'd have to keep an eye on it.
That was resolved by Wheeler and Hyman back in like about 18, what was the year of the compromise.
Were you hear that, John?
I go way back.
Interesting.
GPSs, I don't think will work that deep underground.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We'll have to think about that.
Yeah, it's interesting when you go back in there because you end up somewhere halfway, under the mountain itself. I think this is a good way to, we need to do this. That's all I can say.
Somewhere near that depth, the mine's filled up with water too, so that's another problem.
Michael?
So, does this come under the stricture that we can't convey this to anyone unless there's a public vote?
Yes.
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
I would like to move to approve the ordinance of Pickens County Board of County Commissioners authorizing the acquisition of the Smuggler Mountain Minerals.
Second.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to speak at this time about this issue? Okay, seeing none, I close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Is there any further discussion? I think this is a terrific acquisition, and I think we got a good deal on it to prevent a future disaster from happening on the site of Smuggler Mountain is potentially what we're averting. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Next, we have a resolution to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Colorado for a congestion mitigation air quality grant. And Jonah Frank is here, and Brian Pettit.
I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for the county. I'm here with Jonah Frank, who's our fleet manager. This issue has been brought to the board a handful of times, and so I'll make the presentation brief about it. This is a congestion mitigation air quality grant from the federal government through CDOT to the county. And we get it every other year, and then every other year the city gets it. And this really was derived back when our air quality did not meet standards, back when we were a non-attainment area. So this year we have proposed to purchase 3 electric vehicles and install 2 charging stations at Public Works, which can be available to the public for charging their vehicles as well. And we would like to get that done this year and see how it works.
George?
Brian, sometimes we coordinate with the city in terms of use of CMAQ funds. So a few years ago, we coordinated with them to utilize CMAQ funds for the WeCycle program. So did we discuss this with them, with this particular grant, the use, or just to get their input, and vice versa? Will next year when they get the CMAQ grant, will we have an opportunity to talk about different ideas and options as well?
In this particular case, we coordinated with them to the extent that we let them know what we were planning on doing with the money. But recently, and this has happened before, where CDOT has made a move to try to use the CMAQ money before it gets to the county or the city, and that happened recently again. So about a month and a half ago, we got together with city staff, GR, Fielding, county engineer, and myself, and brainstormed a list of probably 10 to 12 projects that are important for the Upper Valley. So hopefully, moving forward from here, we can have a more coordinated effort and spend those CMAQ monies jointly or cooperatively. And that could include like things like the WeCycle program or other innovations that get people out of their cars. So we're planning on doing that. And this effort was to let CDOT know that we do have needs locally to spend that CMAQ money, and we don't want to just let it go. So.
Just a note is, in my trip to California, I noticed that there are many on the California highways Teslas, and I'm really glad the county is not considering those, because the last one I saw was a sticker price of $140,000. beautiful cars, beautiful on the highway, great mileage, but I'm glad that we are looking at more reasonably priced electric vehicles.
GR wanted a Tesla.
They are so cool looking.
There actually is a Tesla for sale for about 65 or 70,000.
It's the Tesla Sport is what I saw. Beautiful, beautiful vehicle.
One thing I've been curious about, and maybe this would be a good time to request it, kind of comparing the records of the different types of vehicles that are in the county fleet. And this would be an opportunity to compare the electric vehicles we purchase versus the various hybrids that we have versus the gasoline-powered vehicles, just to see what fuel economy or equivalent on the electric cars, and just so we can, you know, have something to base decisions on in the future, whether what types of vehicles we would like to get in the future. And I don't know how, I know I'm sure you keep really close records on a lot of stuff, but whether sort of the total fuel that's put into a hybrid car or an all-gas car, and how much electricity we use for charging the new electric cars, those sorts of questions I think would be what you know could be useful in seeing what's really the optimum vehicles for us to have for the various uses.
This will definitely give us that opportunity to get those numbers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Take a motion?
Yes.
I'll do a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Colorado for congestion mitigation air quality, or our CMAQ grant.
Second.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to comment on this at this time? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board for further discussion. Michael?
Yeah, we've had a long history with this, more than a handful of times. It seems like a dozen times we've talked about it. And I've been not in favor of this. And so I'm going to vote against it again. And clearly, the best vehicle you can have is a vehicle you don't use. And we really need to think about that, not acquiring vehicles, but not using vehicles. And emphasizing public use, not internal county use, but public use of transportation and how we can improve that. And I suggested a number of ways previously. And part of those ways was cooperation with the city, combining the grants and having significant funds, really significant funds. I don't think whatever the cost of these vehicles is, $35,000 a piece for 100 miles worth of range, is really getting anything. And in essence, it's only another vehicle on the road. So I think the county should really have a process where on a yearly basis, they can bring us the mileage they have and say we've reduced it by this amount. And so if you reduce by 15,000 miles for the fleet, you reduce one vehicle per year usage. And that's what we need to think about, not acquiring vehicles. So, those are just some of the reasons why I oppose this. And so I'm going to continue to oppose this. I don't think it does any public good whatsoever. Internally, that's an argument, but publicly, nothing. So, and this grant comes from federal funds and through the state, and we need to apply it to the public good. And making the connection between our staff driving an electric car and the public good is a little too remote for me. So.
I think it's difficult to, given the size, geography of our county, and where we're asking staff to go and perform their services and duties, to try to have them utilize public transportation or less transportation. So that would be a challenge. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think that would be a challenge. In terms of the public good, the city of Aspen has had a canary initiative for many years, and the goal is to reduce our CO2 emissions. And certainly that is a goal for the climate change lobby effort as well. And although we're not really addressing the impact of additional traffic or reducing traffic coming across the Castle Creek Bridge, as was stated this earlier today in the public comment, we are starting to address reducing our CO2 emissions. So along with our electric vehicles, along with the city's electric vehicles, having public charging stations available allows our residents and perhaps even our guests to utilize electric cars. And I mentioned this to our assistant director of the airport when we were looking at renewing car rental leases to see if we can encourage our car rental fleets to start to incorporate electric vehicles in their fleets as well. So the short term, it may not seem to be a lot in terms of public good, but we take the longer view and in terms of our goals as a community, in terms of trying to address climate change and reducing our CO2 emissions, this is a step in the right direction.
I agree with what you're saying, George. I also agree with a lot of what Michael is saying, and I think that would be a long-range goal, and perhaps we could, on an annual report of comparing the different vehicles, we could just get a report on how many miles the vehicles have driven and how that compares to previous years. I know when I go to the 1177 Roundtable, Colorado Basin Water Roundtable meetings in Glenwood at the Rec Center, I always ride the BRT down. Because I could go, like I typically do, go to the park and ride at the highway, and I could go up to Aspen and get a county vehicle to drive all the way to Glenwood. Well, I can be in Glenwood before faster on the BRT than I could going and getting a county vehicle. So to me, that it's a no-brainer to get down there that way. It's much faster, and it's using the public transportation and not using a county vehicle at all. So I use those opportunities personally whenever I can. Other times I wish there were more opportunities. And I know some, like the Mesa County Commissioners, a lot of times will fly to Denver rather than drive a Mesa County vehicle to Denver for meetings over there, because it's more cost effective for them. And that maybe would have used to work when Aspen Airways and Rocky Mountain Airways were here and had the commuter punch pass kind of a thing that was very inexpensive. I don't know if that would work for us today given the airline prices that we're facing, but that's something we could consider in the future for some of the long distance travel options. Okay, is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
And you're not going anywhere.
thank you. Yeah, Brian, you can stay there. Next, we have an ordinance approving the purchase of Pitkin Park Place Unit 417A for the Pitkin County Employee Housing Inventory and authorizing the execution of the necessary documents.
Right. And this is the two-bedroom unit at Pitkin Park Place in the Aspen Airport Business Center that we talked about with the board before, and we're looking to finalize that contract.
Brian, I had a question about, I know when we purchase a unit, we do like an energy audit on the unit, and we do some upgrades, or maybe we don't do upgrades. I'm just curious, what is the procedure when we purchase one of these new units? What do we do to make sure it's as energy efficient as is cost effective to do?
Well, we complete the energy audit, and then once that's done, depending on what cost benefit would tell us, we'll complete some of the upgrades if necessary. So it's done after the purchase of the unit.
Okay, and then what sort of energy upgrades have we done on other units we've gotten?
Things like sealing windows, sealing doors, that kind of thing. Any air leaks are a big problem in some of these units, so those are the upgrades that we would complete.
Mm-hmm. Have we replaced any like refrigerators or those sorts of upgrades at this point?
There was a refrigerator replaced in Basalt, but it was really, we had a problem with the refrigerator that was there. It really wasn't based on energy efficiency, but it was replaced with an energy efficient unit.
Yeah, I know there can be a huge amount of savings on the newer technology in refrigeration.
Right, and I think that the Aspen unit, there's a range being placed in that unit as well. It will be an energy efficient unit, but we haven't done an extensive appliance, I guess, replacement program.
Okay, I was just curious about that, because I know it's been mentioned different times from time to time. This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to speak about the purchase of this unit? Seeing none, I would close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion if you're ready. Motion to approve the purchase of Pickens Park Place Unit 417A for the Pickens County Employee Housing Inventory and authorizing the execution of the necessary documents.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the purchase. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you.
Can we take a break? We need to take a little break.
Let's take a little break while the applicants and everybody gets set up here. Board, would you like a 5-minute? Okay, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners meeting on February 25th. Next, we have our land use public hearings. The first one is the Ecuador North Bolivia parcel, with Hawk Greenway being the owner. Site plan review and special review. And this is continued from February 11th meeting. And Suzanne Wolf is our staff member here.
Okay, so yeah, it was just continued, there was no hearing on it, so this is the first time I'm hearing this. The request is for site plan review to construct a 1,000 square foot cabin is allowed in rural remote and the associated development. Activity envelope amendment and special review approval to extend the driveway to the property and allow the activity envelope to exceed 1/2 acre in size, which would allow that envelope to encompass the driveway and areas that are to be restored adjacent to the Bolivian mine shaft. It's also requesting special review approval for ground-mounted solar collectors of up to 16 feet in height, where 12 feet is the usual limit. Just to orient you, maybe Steve, if you want to take the lights for a second, I just have two aerials. That gives you big.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah, Michael.
Suzanne, sorry to interrupt you, but we got a letter from the attorney for one of the interested parties in this, and John, I asked John to look at it. Have you looked at it, John?
I've skimmed it.
So what bearing does that have on this hearing?
It, what the letter purports is to assert that there is not legal access to the subject property along the alignment that is represented in the application.
So how do we go forward with it? Do we go through this hearing and then say subject to resolution of this matter, or put this matter off subject to resolution?
Well, the board can go a couple of different directions. I should mention first off that regardless of the action that the board takes on this request for a development approval, any private property rights that exist or have existed prior to this review action that the board is conducting will continue to exist. The board cannot, through the entertainment and disposition of this development application, affect private property rights such as they might exist. So there's that. The county, however, does try to resolve and rectify to a situation the best we can what the legal access is to property, such that we do not invite within a given neighborhood a dispute over access occasioned by our action in, say, granting a development approval. So putting those two factors together, the board can entertain this development application and determine it with finality today at this meeting. The board could continue the matter to have me explore this assertion of a lack of access and to offer the property owners the ability to respond to this letter. I'm assuming that they're probably ready, given the folks here today, to respond orally. I haven't seen if there is anything adduced to writing yet. Or we can do something in the middle, hear the facts of the application and the property, and hear what the parties present here today have to say about legal access, and then pick a direction from that.
Okay.
Okay, or what do we want to do? I'll ask the board, what do we want to do?
What do you want to do?
Well, it's a very thorough letter, it seems to me. I'm not sure what to do. But if it's at the crux of property rights, and I think from my point of view, you sort of want a clean bill here to go ahead. And this sort of muddies the water. I don't know. I'm not entirely comfortable going ahead with this without recognizing this letter and asking them to resolve these claims.
I would like to hear the presentation on the application today, and perhaps the parties involved have already resolved that, or they can explain, show us on the map, that sort of a thing, where the dispute arises, and then we can take it from there when, after hearing the entire presentation as to what action we want to take at that time.
Can we turn the lights on for a second?
Sure.
Thank you.
For some reason, I saw that letter, but I can't find it now. So was that letter addressed to the BOCC, or was it addressed to?
The letter?
Or is the letter?
Addressed to Rick Neely.
The letter that I have is dated February 23 this year. It's addressed to Rick Neely as a representative for the applicant. It is signed by Kurt Sanders, and I assume was sent via email as consistent with the notation on the letter. It refutes the applicant's ability to cross property under the ownership of Dan Bunta and I believe, I'm not sure if Mary has the same last name or not, but property owned by them.
Okay, so we were just copied in on the letter, and
We were provided a copy of the letter. When I say we, I mean the BOCC, by a copy of the letter being sent to Suzanne Wolf.
well, I guess I would suggest, since we have the folks here, including the attorneys, we would at least get an update, see what the status is, and then perhaps we can make a decision from there.
Okay.
You're ready to move forward with the presentation, and then let's go from there.
Well, what I'm suggesting is try to clarify, since I haven't got this letter for some reason, since we have the attorneys in the room, to provide us with some input in terms of the latest status of this query, and then from there, if it looks like wherever that status is, we can then make a decision whether we want to go ahead with the presentation or hold off.
And in light of that too, I think it's of note for the applicant, since there's only 4 members, not having Rachel here, it would be nice to do if we're gonna need to do that, have a full presentation with Rachel present. But I agree with George, let's see what the status of this legal letter is, and then make a decision. I mean, I don't have a problem hearing the presentation, but we might have to do a lot of it again when Rachel's back.
Okay, sounds like the majority of the board would like to hear about the dispute first before we go into the whole presentation. So, I don't know, is Mr. Sanders here? Or
He's not, I'm calling him on the phone now.
okay.
We should be hear from Rick. Should we hear from Rick?
So, Rick, why don't you be starting to speak, and
Let me start.
are the
Dan's out of the room. I mean, he's calling his attorney, so I think he should be present in the room.
yeah, we should probably, should we do a 5-minute recess until we have the other legal counsel here and and Dan also, and that's Dan Bunta, is that right? Just so they can hear Mr. Neely's presentation on this.
Or is there perhaps a reason why Mr. Sanders wasn't here to begin with?
She's going to put it. So let's take a several-minute break, and then when the other parties are present. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, welcome back to
Yeah, it
the
is.
Board of County Commissioners' regular meeting on February 25th. We're looking at the Ecuador North Bolivia parcel site plan review and special review. And Attorney Rick Neely, who's the attorney for the applicant, is going to speak about the dispute of the road access situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Rick Neely. I represent Hawk Greenway. I have received Mr. Sanders' letter. I don't agree with the conclusions of it. I don't think he's had adequate opportunity to review all the documentation that's related to the access. I know from talking to him yesterday, he has not seen many of the documents that we submitted to the county in support of the access. I think his review, although it appears from his letter he spent some time with it, was not complete. First, I would note that this access road, we believe, has been in existence since at least the early 1900s. Included in your packet is a copy of an article from the Aspen Times from 1901 when silver strike was discovered on the Bolivian-Ecuador lodes. The mine was substantially developed after that for many years as an enormous tailings pile on the site. The road has been in place and was in place when Mr. Bunta purchased the property. There is an access of sorts that Mr. Sanders refers to off of the Peekaboo cutoff. The problem with that access and why it wasn't used in the 1900s for silver mining is that it has slopes up to approximately 26 degrees. There's no way you could have gotten an ore wagon up or down that, and there's no way it could possibly be used in compliance with county regulations right now. At the time that Little Annie Ski Company was planning development on the backside of Aspen Mountain, they granted an express easement for access to this property across their properties, and the location of this road traverses property previously owned by Little Annie, and that documentation is also in your packet and was submitted both by Mr. Greenway at the time he submitted the application and was supplemented by us with copies of all the agreements, etc. Also included in your packet is a letter from John Miller, who's here today, dated September 13, 1989, who was the successor in interest to the property over which this road traverses, expressly acknowledging that there's a right of access across these roads. There's actually two roads that cross the Bunta property. They are shown on the attachment to Mr. Miller's September 13, 1989 letter. He specifically says, to the extent of our interest in these claims, the owner of the Bolivia and Ecuador lodes would be entitled to access over private roads going through these claims. When Mr. Bunta reported his own site plan for his approvals, his vicinity map shows these two roads, and at the time he also granted a trail easement to Pitkin County, which not only depicts this road and identifies it as the Mullica driveway. James Mullica previously owned this property and negotiated a variety of easements in connection with it. When Mr. Bunta granted the trail easement, he stated, "Grantor hereby grants, transfers, and conveys unto grantees and its successors and assigns with the use and benefit of the general public a 10-foot wide, non-exclusive, perpetual public trail easement for a trail along the portion of the upper Hurricane Road that traverses Grantor's subject parcel, and along the existing driveway that traverses Grantor's subject parcel linking Little Annie Road to the Mullica cabin." Mr. Bunta doesn't like the fact that Mr. Greenway intends to utilize the existing road, a road that's been there for 115 years or more, to access his property, but there are express easements that cover it. Mr. Miller, as the prior owner of the property, acknowledged it. Mr. Bunta, when he granted his trail easement, acknowledged it. Mr. Sanders' letter, while it may create some issues muddying the water, I think is not based on a full evaluation of the recorded documents, a full evaluation of the circumstances, and we simply have to reject it. He's wrong. There's legal access to this parcel. This application has been out there for the better part of the year and went to a hearing officer review. There were plenty of opportunities to object to this road. There were plenty of opportunities for Mr. Bunta or anyone else to prepare a complete analysis, to review our complete analysis that's in your file today. There's access to this property. I think you ought to go forward with the hearing. As John Ely noted, you can't do anything that dispossesses Mr. Bunta of any legal rights he has. If they really think that this isn't a legal, historical, fully documented grant of easement across the property that predecessors in title and Mr. Bunta himself have acknowledged, then they can take whatever legal action they want. They can stop this land use approval. They can stop Mr. Greenway from getting a building permit. But the documentation that you have before you today is adequate proof of the legal existence of this road, and given the fact that this is a public hearing, I'm going to submit to Jeanette as the clerk as additional exhibits the Bunta Manning site plan that's recorded in book 102 at page 97, and the ordinance of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners accepting the Bunta trail easement that specifically identifies the existing driveway connecting Mr. Greenway's property to the Little Annie Road. I don't know what else to say about Mr. Sanders' letter. He does raise an issue about the location of the site. Actually, the beneficiary of the ski area rights across the property at this point in time is the Little Annie Ski Company. In accordance with the hearing officer's decision, we provided notice of the location of this site to the ski company without objection, and to the extent that some third party may claim an interest in this, it's not an interest that accrues to Mr. Bunta. I've examined his deed. He has no interest as a property owner in the grant of easement. The grant of easement is specific. It was for purposes of the development of the ski area. He has no ability to approve or reject a building site. Even if he did, there's an arbitration clause. That matter would go to arbitration, would not be resolved by this board. I think you ought to go forward. I think the application is complete. I think the evidence of the access is compelling, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Michael?
So you'd like us to go forward, knowing that we're not going to resolve this issue that the attorney for Dan Bunta's brought.
Well, first I would point out, Michael, this is a letter to me. You guys have a copy of it. I've addressed it with Mr. Sanders, and what I've told him is, we believe there's a fully documented legal easement. To the extent that we need to discuss how that easement will be implemented, we're happy to sit down. Mr. Greenway has worked with the county to limit the required modification of that road so it can be used as an historic driveway. If they want at this late time to try to derail this application, I think it's inappropriate. This isn't something that came up on the 23rd of February when this letter was issued. This is an issue that has been outstanding since the application was submitted a year ago. I think you should go forward, and if the objector wants to protect whatever rights he thinks he has, he's fully entitled to do that. He's fully capable of doing that. Nothing you do here today will alter that. Anybody else?
Can I just add a little background information, because I think there's probably some confusion. So there was an activity envelope application last year that was submitted and went to the hearing officer based on an objection submitted by Dan Bunta and Mary Manning regarding the demonstration of legal access. Tom Smith, as the hearing officer, issued a determination in which he found that the applicant had presented sufficient information to demonstrate adequate legal access. And I can, if you want me to read the whole finding, I can. But so this, when Rick keeps saying the application, there have actually been two applications. There was the activity envelope application that was submitted and disposed of through a determination by the hearing officer last year, which was then followed up with the site plan review application, which is what is now in front of you today. So again, the issue came up at that time, was addressed by the hearing officer, and now has been raised again as part of this application.
So given that, I would be comfortable in moving ahead and hearing the presentation.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would be comfortable hearing the presentation also.
So to get you oriented, sort of this, I'd move in closer on this one, the next map. But so Castle Creek Road, Little Annie Road, climbing up. And this is the site here. When we go to the more zoomed in map. So again, here's Little Annie Road where it's climbing up through the kind of dark timber, coming around. Once you get up here, this is the Little Annie mine site. The Bunta Manning cabin is right here. That's the Little Annie Annex cabin that was also in front of you for an application related to historic designation. So the driveway, I'm having a hard time seeing those little blue lines, but basically the driveway comes off of Little Annie Road just below the Bunta cabin and cuts back into here. The GIS is somewhat inaccurate, I would say, in this location, but here we get into the property over here, which is a portion of the Ecuador and Bolivia parcels. So that's it for what's up on the screen. If you want the lights back on for the rest of. So as I'd mentioned, this was the subject of an activity envelope application last year. It was approved by the hearing officer. The activity envelope plan was reported. There were a few things specifically requested in that determination to be addressed with the site plan application. I kind of walked through those in the memo, but it was wildfire mitigation, the proposed setbacks, plan and profile of the access, and the information be submitted. Submit proof of the right to use the property for the purposes identified in the application that was submitted, I think as Rick mentioned, was submitted to the Aspen Skiing Company. All of these items have been addressed as part of the application, and I'll address them further as we go through. The proposed amendment to the activity envelope is basically what was originally shown as the activity envelope is just the area. I could pull this up if you want. Do you want me to put this on the overhead? It's just the site plan. Would that be helpful?
Oh, yeah, why don't you do that?
Camera.
Something went off.
Yeah.
What you do, Lance?
See if that.
It looked like it popped up when you hit this.
Yeah. Oh, okay, we're back. Sorry, it kind of slides out a little bit, but the original envelope is this area here where the cabin and accessory building are proposed. The drive is coming in here, so you're coming off of Little Annie Actually, this is still the driveway. Little Annie Road is off of this map. Sorry, that doesn't help things much. Those two areas here are mine tailings or mine dump areas where the driveway will come through. So the original envelope was just the area where the cabin is located. The applicant is asked to include the area to be disturbed to construct the driveway through to this envelope, to include that within the activity envelope, and also proposes to do some reclamation work on those mine dump areas and where the driveway is coming through. So to be consistent with our intent with the activity envelope, you include all disturbance within the envelope. Including those areas takes it over the half-acre limit that is set in the code. So that's one of the amendments that's requested for the activity envelope.
What happened to the Malika cabin? And where was that?
The Malika cabin has been demolished. Hawk maybe can, is it right here,
It was
Hawk?
right there. It was actually constructed over the top of this shaft that was mentioned in the article in the newspaper as having been 300 feet. They had covered it over, and then in the 1980s constructed a cabin on top of it. It opened up and the cabin was sort of teetering over the hole. So
it was a 40-foot drop out the front door.
yeah, it was pretty frightening to. We tore the cabin down and sealed the shaft with the help of the state.
The state's mine reclamation program.
Yeah, mine reclamation plan came in and sealed the shaft.
So
there's no telling how far it went. I wasn't.
Okay, excuse me. Let's have Suzanne continue.
So as part of the amending the envelope, when I said that the driveway would be included, this area where it crosses these dump areas, the driveway will come through here. Those are steep slopes, over 45% due to the dump. So basically, we've made a finding that's consistent with the code provision for an anomaly, basically a man-made anomaly, and that encroachment would comply with that. So that amendment to the envelope would be in compliance with the code under that provision. Special review approval is required to exceed the 1/2 acre envelope size, to extend the driveway, and to install ground-mounted solar collectors of up to 16 feet. As I mentioned, 12 feet is the standard height. We do allow up to 16 feet through special review. Obviously, in this case, the applicant has noted that the anticipated snow depths up here would warrant the need for a higher height. Also, the site is not visible from neighboring properties or from the public road, so there really aren't any additional impacts associated with that additional height. Basically, those requests comply with the special review standards in the code. There was also a request included in the application for extension of an underground telephone line in Little Annie Road due to limited cellular telephone service in the area. I did contact Hawk last week, and that wasn't something that we discussed when we pre-apt, so the provision related to utility extensions in rural remote was not addressed as part of the application. So I don't know if he's prepared to address that today. It's at this point is not incorporated in my review or in any of the conditions of approval. Essentially that being an incomplete request at this point in time. So I guess we'll see if Hawk has some additional information on that for you in order to be able to address that request. For the site plan review, the development including the proposed cabin, shed, on-site wastewater treatment system, well, propane, water storage, solar collectors, all would be within the amended activity envelope. Just a couple of items to note here. We've talked about that area where they want to do some reclamation. They're proposing to move approximately 2,500 yards of material, rock and fill from the Bolivia mine shaft dump to construct the driveway and recontour the area around the Bolivia mine shaft. All of the material would remain on site. Kurt Dahl with Environmental Health did address this in his comments, noting that the applicant would be required to analyze the fill material to see if they're contaminated, if there's any contamination, and then there are county protocols to follow based on what the findings are from that analysis. So that is included in the conditions of approval. There is a fair amount of tree removal required. This is a part of the heavily forested portion of Little Annie before you open up into the basin. So to bring the driveway in and then the cabin site, and quite a few trees would be removed. Some replacement will be required of that. The code does provide an exception if you're removing diseased trees or if you're required to remove them for wildfire mitigation. So the exact numbers will really be worked out when the building permit application comes in and there's a determination about what the actual number is and how some replacement can be accomplished on the site. For scenic view protection, in this case, the public road that's applicable is Castle Creek Road. Little Annie Road is not one of our listed roads listed in scenic view protection, and it's definitely not visible from Castle Creek Road. It would not be visible from Little Annie Road as well, but the standard is just based on Castle Creek Road. There are details in the application for the driveway, basically which starts on that historic road that comes into the Bolivia, and then this portion basically through here is new construction, but it comes off of, sorry this map doesn't show the whole piece of the driveway, but the initial portion of it is on that historic road. And has been designed to, this portion has been designed to meet our standards of a 12-foot width, again, real remote standards, 12-foot width, maximum grade of 12%. There's a pullout proposed. They have asked to have a variance or to have some ability not to improve the intersection with the Laney Road necessarily to the extent that might otherwise be required under the asset management plan. That would be basically improving the turn radius as it comes off of the road, and something partially related to the drainage in that area. We had comments on the activity envelope application from the Laney Homeowners Association that at that time had expressed concerns about substantial improvements in this area given the visual impact from the public road. And also they've also mentioned too the proximity to those historic resources. Both the Little Annie mine site and the annex cabin have now been listed on our historic register. So given those various issues and discussions with Susan Pearson, we feel comfortable that they would not need to do those more substantial improvements. She can work with them when they come in with that access permit to see if there's a way to, maybe widen the turn a little bit or get some improvement there, but without having, really increasing that cut basically as it intersects with the Laney Road. Let's see. Oh, so the other issue raised by the Little Annie Homeowners Association is the lack of adequate winter parking at Lower Hurricane and Little Annie Road, an issue that's come up over time, and it hasn't been resolved up to this point. I won't walk through all of the points that they've made. There have been some suggestions made by the applicant as well as the Little Annie homeowners, but it does look like this would be included in an effort that Cindy and Ellen have started working on, which is a Castle Creek management plan. They've been meeting with the Forest Service and starting to meet with other players up in that area. This area would be included, so going back and looking at those parking issues here as well as at other access points throughout the Castle Creek Valley. I think, Lance, they said they were scheduling a meeting in April. Is sort of their first public meeting as they're kicking off this process. So that process is just starting, but it seems like that will be the appropriate place for this issue to hopefully be addressed and at some point better resolved for the users in that area. So I think that's it presentation-wise. We're recommending approval subject to conditions. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Michael?
So Suzanne, let me ask you, does the fire department review this?
Yes. Susan Pearson and I met with Brian Nichols to discuss, and his position on this is really that we're not going to get there. Is he said, our equipment can't get there. He said they shouldn't have to design a road for me to get there because I'm not going to get there. Is really where he laid off on it. So the one issue we discussed was, he said, I'm not gonna require them to sprinkle and put in water supply for sprinklers. He said, I would recommend it, because basically, we won't get there. If they have sprinklers and some water supply, it might save the cabin, or at least keep it from spreading to the forest beyond. So I did include a condition requiring that they do provide some water supply in order to serve a sprinkler system in the cabin. I think Hawk has some comments on that. But essentially, from the fire department's perspective, you know, they wouldn't get here in time, if at all, in case of emergency.
So is that the view of the fire department of all rural remote cabins?
I don't know about all. I mean, that was the conversation specific to this location. It may be, I mean, when rural remote was created, one of the standards that was set was something about limited availability of traditional emergency services. I mean, it was acknowledged in rural remote in terms of only allowing limited development, that was, you know, an issue in these areas.
George?
Following up on that, Suzanne, to the other cabins up there, the ones that have been recently expanded, or we've given some variances to, do they also have, were they required to have on-site water storage and sprinkler systems?
Dan might be best able to answer that, since he's been working on a permit most recently, but I think, Dan, you have some first in. He's right here. Up there. I can't look at you. Do you have storage? Were you going to sprinkle your cabin?
No,
Have they asked to
sprinklers
sprinkle
not
it?
required in multiple use storage that could
For the
be.
two cabins.
Yeah, that could be accessed by the fire department.
And I think there has been, it has differed. I mean, Dan's site where he was going to build a new cabin is more out in an open area, not as forested as this site.
Low fire danger.
So there's no other cabins up there that are in a forested area at this point then?
I would have to go back to when they
Okay.
actually came in for building permits in terms of, I mean, yes, I think there have been some. I don't know then what the requirements for sprinklering or water storage have been. I mean, I think generally water storage has always been provided, whether that's then also connected to a sprinkler system or not. I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
By history, I don't think it, you know, the whole thing with requiring sprinklers at smaller square footages was relatively new. And from my past, remembering what we approved back up there, I don't think that it was a requirement. Water storage, of course, was always for multiple use, multiple purpose. And I think the thing that we were really looking more at was building materials and some clearance and setback issues. I think that was the way we were trying to protect the structure from spreading into the forest. The other concern would be doing sprinklers as the power source. It takes a lot of pressure and power to run a sprinkler system, and that's difficult in a rural remote area. So I think there's ways to do the best you can for those emergency issues. And you're right, Suzanne, about any kind of emergency services. It's pretty much saying, you build back here, that's how it is. You know, don't expect an ambulance or a fire truck, summer or winter.
Let me just one other follow-up on that, just because I'm just trying to see how it's been dealt with in the past for areas that are considered really remote or inaccessible for fire access, safety. If you look at, let's say, the hut system, whether it be the Tenth Mountain or the Fred Braun system, they're all, many of them are located in heavily forested areas. And actually, I could probably even ask Hawk this, since he manages the Fred Braun system. Do the Fred Braun systems have any water storage or sprinkler systems?
No, they sure don't.
Okay, thanks.
We're not using the sun.
Okay, any further questions of the staff? Okay, Hawk, you can do your presentation now.
Okay, I just have a couple of comments. First of all, thanks for allowing us to get presented. Regarding the fire marshal's recommendation and not a requirement for on-site water storage and sprinklers, this would be condition number 6. Have a short paragraph here, well, maybe not too short, but first, the cabin site's inaccessible for the majority of the year to any fire protection equipment as the roads will not be plowed before the middle of May. The snows will prevent both fire protection equipment access and the spread to the surrounding area from any potential house fire during that period. Proposed structure will be an off-grid cabin without a permanent power source. This is to Patty's point, relying upon a minimum solar power system with a battery backup. To pressurize a sprinkler system without a permanent power source would require an automated generator system, including switching and control technology for pumps and pipes, which would be subject to the extreme low temperatures and freezing when we'll find at 10,000 feet. This would be technically challenging. A 5,000 gallon tank is approximately 8 feet in diameter, 17 feet high. It's a pretty big hole to dig with the attendant surface disruption. The rural and remote ideal is for small-scale, low-density backcountry character, establishing a small-scale power station, pumping station, and automatic control center to charge and operate an internal sprinkler system for a small rustic cabin to some extent would defeat the purpose and character both of the zone and of my desire for a simple, easy to operate and maintain basic backside cabin. I designed my previous cabin in Little Landing Basin to be entirely manual, to have no automatic controls which could malfunction, and to be an idiot-proof cabin. While ultimately labor-intensive, it is a strategy which either works or you have no one to blame but yourself. I believe a good balance between the rural and remote ideals and the goal of protecting the larger landscape can be achieved through a slight modification of the condition number 6. I'd like to propose rewording the resolution condition number 6 to read, the parcel may have an underground fire protection water storage tank up to 5,000 gallons and may establish an external or internal sprinkler system for fire protection in the immediate vicinity of the structure and must maintain the parcel's wildfire mitigation zone to the submitted wildfire mitigation plan specifications, which I would just note are those recommended by the Colorado Department of Forestry, and basically 100-foot clear and zone with the vegetation trimmed back height-wise, and then certain. So there's a 30-foot zone. It's 10 foot for any vegetation from the cabin, and then 30 foot with separated canopies, and then from there on, the next 100 feet is 10-foot clearance to the nearest branches on the trees. So I believe that this wording would allow the flexibility to actually meet the forest fire protection intent in this condition without compelling an overly complex, technically challenging system which would be unlikely to actually work in the unfortunate circumstances of a house fire. So, and then I have the, Suzanne had requested the acreage calculation for this amended envelope, and including the entire driveway, the historic driveway, and the restoration area at the old Bolivia mine shaft, the old Malika cabin location. It would be a total of 1.41 acres, and for 1 acre of that is outside of the previous envelope. And then I did request an underground telephone line extension, and that would be from the winter parking location. It would be, the footprint of that would be under the Little Annie Road. The phone company seems to be able to go through with a cable burying device and, bury and cover back up. In a dirt road, it would be relatively simple. My thinking on that is that there is spotty cell phone coverage back in there, and that one of the approved uses in the rural and remote zone is home occupation, which would be a home office, and that in today's world pretty much means communication. With the spotty cell phone coverage, this particular location does not have cell phone coverage, and there's like sort of two schools of thought on that. We've got extended telephone cables under driveways going into the I think it's the lower Hurricane Road rural and remote cabins. They're the old Matthews cabin, and then the cabins back in by the Banderas. Griffith property in there, and also up Midnight Mine Road into the rural and remote area. So there's some places use the underground cable, some places get their communications through the satellite dish or a directed antenna, bouncing signals off of Mount Hayden or whatever. So it's sort of 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other in terms of what impact would you have. So the alternative to this would be having another installation of a satellite or radio antenna, whereas the underground cable, once it's established and in there, I think it doesn't affect the rural and remote character. It exists in other rural and remote areas, so sort of a 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other on that. I'd simply prefer the landline, and I think my final comment on that is call me old school on that.
Can I ask, what's the distance if you had to run it up the road? I thought that was me, and I thought,
No, sorry.
What's the distance if you'd have to run it up the road, the distance of disturbance?
It's more than a mile, but frankly, I have not measured it.
And did any of the neighbors or homeowners association have any comments on that, or was it new that it didn't come up?
It was, one sentence in the application, so I'm not sure it was something anybody picked up on, particularly since sort of it wasn't called out with those specific standards we have in the code about utility extensions. So, I think it maybe wasn't really.
It is allowed in the code under special.
Right, there's a special review provision, but that wasn't in the application, so it wasn't something that the referrals or neighbors who looked at the application necessarily
Are any
would have
other
picked up on.
utilities allowed under that, or just phone?
It's an extension of utilities, just.
Because our concern, and Hawk is aware of this, our current concern has always been that creeping, when we extend to here, we extend X to here, then we're going to have Y and Z following, and that was never been the intent, was to have all those utilities go through up there. So I think that's something we need to consider. For me, I also think it might be nice that someone in that neighborhood did have a landline for emergency purposes. So it's never a bad idea in an area, but I think that'll be up for further discussion.
And then that's basically all I've got. So any questions or anything to discuss?
So,
George?
and just following up with Patty, so for code, how are utilities addressed in rural and remote currently?
So there's a specific section that addresses utility extensions in rural remote, and it adds its additional criteria to be addressed if you're trying to extend in rural remote. If you want me to, I can quickly run through these, but it's to extend utilities such as electricity, water, sewer, telephone, cable, so it covers all of those. Is the extension less disruptive to the environment than an alternative source? Does the proposed utility extension encroach upon or impact environmental hazards or resources, such as the standard things we address through constraint provisions? Is there a significant visual change or impact to the land area affected by the utility extension? Can the visual impact be mitigated? Does the extension visually impact surrounding properties? Do reclamation and landscaping measures appear natural as related to former condition and surrounding environment? Does the utility extension comply with the intent of the rural remote zone district? So those are the additional standards.
But Suzanne, let me follow up on that. But those weren't, the utility extension wasn't in the initial application? Is that what you're saying?
This application, Hawk mentioned it under his requests for special review approvals. The expansion of the envelope, the driveway extension. He said, I would also like to extend a telephone line. I didn't catch it when I checked in the application that this provision had not been addressed. I caught it when I was working on my memo last week to come out in the packet. And I said, I didn't, catch this as part of your request. Technically, this should be addressed as, in order to move that forward. And so that's what sort of Bob came prepared today to include that as part of this request.
So he's asking us to address it, is that?
Yeah, I mean, it is, again, it was a request that was included in the application, but did not in the application, fully address all of the code criteria.
Okay. And what's your assessment? What's the staff's assessment then?
Again, I haven't seen his response to these criteria, but I think generally, we have not been, interested in extending these. I mean, the only one I'm aware of doing was up to the Matthews cabin, where there was an electric, there was already electricity to the cabin directly below that, already in the road. I don't know that we've seen many other requests. Did you request it for the Little Annie Glen site? I never got back to look at that, and I think it was denied at that time.
I've requested it every time, and I think in this one, I highlighted there's, still not good cell reception back there. They've been talking about a cell phone tower on the top of Highlands, for a long time. So this is one of those, it's like pointing up basically a hole in service in the wireless and your communications department as much as anything else. So it's like, well, are we going to get that fixed? And if not, if for another decade. So this is a request.
George?
You know my question, John P.
I don't yet.
What's happening with it?
Well, we've gone out to work with cell tower providers to try to look at where the areas that we need and prioritize based on population, and have we looked at the Little Annie's area, and if so, how would that be served and what sort of time frame?
We do not have a time frame. Right now, in terms of areas that were prioritized primarily for purposes of public safety, Little Annie's really wasn't on that initial list. Now, whether it would be captured with implementation of other projects, the terrain there obviously is challenging for a lot of the reasons that people are up there, I think. And so we don't have a timeline that we could give you on that at this point.
Okay, any further questions of the applicant? I'd be curious where the location of the solar panels is proposed. Or do you have a site? Do you have a?
There would be right adjacent to the cabins, and or the shed. I'm sort of thinking about actually on the roof of the shed, but which is acceptable in code. But I'm wanting to see, because it's a timbered site, it will depend upon where that the most sunshine will end up once the trees that have to be removed are removed. So I'm wanting to retain that flexibility.
And it would not be visible from
No.
any other properties because of the woods around there?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not on a ridge site or anything like that.
Okay, any further questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to speak at this time? Dan?
Hi, I'm Dan Bunton.
Come on, if you wouldn't mind coming up here.
Sure, I'll come right up.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, we could go put up the Little Annie map, please. First of all, I'd like to address Mr. Neely's, me bringing up the term Malika driveway. That was actually written by the Open Space Board, and just because of everyone gets confused with certain old mine roads, which there's literally hundreds of up there, that term was put in there by them. I did not actually say let's put that term in there, and during this whole site review process, I just okayed it as thinking it was a minor step. I was it's overwhelming to come here, sit down as a non-professional planner, citizen, And so with all the other stuff I was going through to have the term Malika driveway, I didn't think it would have the weight that Mr. Neely's putting on it now. Just like to start with that. And in last spring's review, there was something about the Aspen Ski Company has granted the Malikas a easement. The Aspen Ski Company term comes with a lot of weight. I think somehow there was a mistake between the Aspen Ski Company and the Little Annie Ski Company, which was decided at a work session last April. I did not realize the severity of the work session at the time. I was out of town on business, so I did not attend. That's my own ignorance of not knowing what a work session was, once again being a civilian, Picken County full-time resident. And then I was told, oh, it's decided that yes, there is a easement across your property. And I'm like, what? How can this be decided without even me being there? And then I was told by Cindy Hubin, it's just an opinion. It's not a weighted decision. So I said, okay, that's good to know. In my sending this letter last week, I think as time got closer, I just became more passionate about this issue, and I'm sorry if it was a bombshell at the last minute, but I think I just realized the severity of the decision that could be made, and thus action I felt had to be taken. In terms of the driveway that Mr. Greenway wants to use, so it comes in right below the cabin. And the thing is, it doesn't make a 45. It makes about an angle like that off of the Little Annie Road. So extremely sharp, extremely sharp. And so one concern I have is my cabin's there, the driveway starts like right there. To be able to actually make this turn without modifying the landscape, because everyone likes the meadow there, it's beautiful. Vehicles will come up and they will turn around right in front of my house. And then they'll come back down the road and enter the driveway. It's one thing to have a vehicle drive by. I know we're close to the road. I've lived there for a long time. It's one thing to have a vehicle drive by at a moderate speed. You don't notice it. But when a car stops on a gravel road, turns, restarts, and goes, it's a very disruptive noise. And then the other thing is down here, Little Annie Road goes like this. The current peekaboo driveway Hawk's been using to go up and actually start clearing his site has been over here. One thing that I've asked Hawk about is this driveway comes through and then he wants to modify off right in here, but this driveway actually is a complete circle. Not a circle, but a complete thorough drive where it starts on my property and finishes at Peekaboo. At some point, Mr. Greenway has to make this sharp 90-degree turn, but down in here, where he wants to modify the mine dump, he could actually make the turn there with no one noticing it, no one seeing it. Where Mr. Neely refers to the 26-degree pitch, that's up here, right below his site. Where the turn is to get to the mine dump is down here, and I would say it's probably 15 to 14 degrees to get to that point.
So does this show it better? There's the road.
But just my point being, there is a second option that the Peekaboo Road keeps getting passed off. It's too steep, it's too steep. The thing is, it does connect with that road, and there is an option in the woods, it would be hidden, that he could make this sweeping turn and then cut back without having to go through these steep grades they claim.
Do you all want me to put up this map, which I think kind of probably shows
I
better
just
than
have a
this?
question. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Kenny.
Talking other steep grades, I think the issue with the steep grades we're talking that will be disturbed for the current proposed driveway are man-made anomaly, and I don't know what the other steep grades are caused by. Is it a natural grade? And then we'd have an issue with the county code not allowing that, correct?
Actually, my driveway, current driveway for my new cabin location, I was able to get the county to override the steepness of grade due to the point of view that it's a summer use only road. So
Well, I know there's some circumstances, but in this, especially when there's a first option and a second, and if the first option only disturbs man-made anomalies, I think the second option might not bear as much weight because it would disturb not man-made, which is a bigger variance for the county to grant, is my understanding.
I mean, we'd have to look at that again.
Yeah, 'cause we don't really know.
haven't looked at this, the alternative again. I mean, I know, I'm not familiar with all the nuances
That's
of
what-
it.
yeah, me
I do
too.
know we drove up this, at least some, was that the Peekaboo Road that we drove up when we went on the site visit with Tom Smith?
It's a spur off.
Or a spur of it. I mean, I know that was very
As is
steep, but again, it's, we haven't analyzed the alternatives.
Okay, so
but-
we don't know what those grades are or what
which
those
is,
grades would
I guess
affect.
what Dan's talking about, so this is the driveway that Hawk is talking about and then
right,
coming
you can
off.
see how, well, right here, actually, let's look at this whole thing. Here's the proposed driveway.
Right.
And then you can see it continues around, and this is the Peekaboo corner. So, wait, is this the,
That's the existing.
that's the existing, so the proposed is over here.
Comes over that way.
So, this is the real steep stuff in here. But this loop in here is moderate, and then right around, where's the old cabin Hawk in here? The mine dump is in here
No, the
somewhere.
mine dump's over on the Bolivia there. The cabin is right there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the old Malacca cabin?
Yeah.
So the mine dump is there, which that's a natural mine-created minor opening. And so what I've asked Hawk to do is come up here and then make his turn, which there's tons of space right here to then get back to his site. Instead of coming up here, oh, we can't modify this driveway because there's all this cool stuff around, there's this cool meadow. Okay, well, everyone go all right up in front of Dan's house, turn around there, come back, and then go through the driveway.
Steve, I think Hawk had, can he?
I do have
Go ahead, Hawk.
what the surveyor came up with on that route for grades. And I don't know if you want me to shine this up above, but this location right here is 16%, and right here is 14%. And then I don't have the grades on this section, but I do, in here it's 26%. So Dan's right, this is not as steep as the rest of this, but 14 and 16% are over county. And this is for quite a extended run, whereas on Dan's and Mary's cabin, new cabin site up above, it's my understanding that he managed to get a waiver for
22%
on for a short pitch.
Dan, I have a question for you.
Sure.
In the letter that Kurt Sanders wrote, he indicated you own the Eclipse mining claim,
I own part of it.
part of it, yeah. And it's hard to
It's
tell.
not a percentage, what I own is I own 100%.
You own a fraction of that.
Well, no, I own 100% of, I think it's about 4.5 acres of the Eclipse, which is, oh, the Eclipse actually I own 10, the Eclipse is actually way up here. The Eclipse is
Now,
up.
this says Eclipse.
Oh, that's actually a different Eclipse, which actually during my title review, it came up, do not buy, the Eclipse is all messed up, the whole thing won't go through. And then all of a sudden the next day they called me back and said, oh, sorry, mistake, we were referring to the wrong Eclipse. Your Eclipse is up here almost to the top of Richmond Ridge. And so I was like, oh, okay, thanks for that little mistake.
So no, you were looking at who owns the access across those other parcels?
Well, I was just curious, and maybe that's a question for you, Hawk. And I presume this is the road we're talking about from Peekaboo Corner would be coming up like that, and then swinging back. So whose property would that be going across?
Those are all owned by various trust entities controlled by Tom Barron, who purchased all that ground from me after we had that historic preservation of the Lanning mine in there. And he's adamant about not allowing any modification of the alignment of that road to reduce any angle or steepness of that. Where this road here hits the property boundaries where I propose to come off, so that all of any new or modifications of the road is on property that I own. The intersection that exists here is currently you can get a pickup truck around it, and not probably a large vehicle, but it hasn't been. I don't think anybody's done any earth moving on that since the 1890s, really.
Well, no one's driven it.
No one's really driven it.
No one's
I mean,
driven it in over 16 years.
Yeah, we've got, you're parking on it, but this is going to be possible for small vehicles the county road itself is fairly wide there, and again, that Susan Pearson has accepted that we'll be able to work with her on designing something that can get turned around there. And I'd certainly be not wanting anybody to turn around in my private driveway or parking spot up there. So I understand Dan's concern. The number of deliveries in here, of course, would be a maximum during construction, which can be under a construction management plan. You can limit where they turn around and certainly where they park and so forth. So I think I've been wanting to work with Dan on, and I've specifically put into my application, this is a de facto historically designated district by virtue of both the historic cabin that I got approval for and the one that Dan got approval for. And it's a pretty special spot, and we don't need or want to design it to accommodate, for example, a fire engine truck to turn around and turn in there. It's not appropriate in a rural district.
Okay, Dan, it is your floor as part of the.
I was being patient.
Yeah, and thank you for being patient, and I give the floor back to you now.
Which other thing with Hawk just brought up, this is a heavily wooded area here, and his fire danger has been rated as F5, is it not? And so as being a neighbor here and having a future house here, I would disagree with Mr. Greenway saying we do not want to have fire trucks enter here. If there would be a fire, God forbid, I would want fire trucks to get in, because I don't want to see this all burn. And I don't think we should say, oh no, we don't need to make it big enough for fire trucks just because we don't want to look at what it's going to take. We have to seriously think about, yes, we need to get emergency vehicles in here, and yes, is this an appropriate spot? I don't think it is. I think an appropriate spot is to come in this way and modify in here. Like Hawk said, this is low density. Tom Barron is a friend of mine. I could discuss the situation with him further about seeing if he would grant Mr. Greenway some minor modifications. There was one point of taking a road out further this way and then switching back this way. I know Tom did not like that at all, and so he might be a little confused about a little modification here. I could clarify that with him. And one other thing, Mr. Greenway also owns the Ecuador claim, which is way down here, and it's divided by a small part of Tom Barron's land, And so in exchange with this division, this little tiny chunk of land, the county has stated he can also build a cabin there. One thing Mary and I are very concerned about is if this driveway that he proposes goes in, then he'll continue it on his property and somehow connect it with the next cabin site out here, and thus we'd have two cabin sites using the driveway right in front of our cabin. And I do believe that with all this historic paperwork with the Little Annie Ski Corp, Mr. Greenway has kind of picked and chosen the stuff that he likes for his access. But if you do read Kurt Sanders' letter, it explains there's other parts of the agreement that also have to be followed. And to be able to pick and choose some things in an agreement and not others, I'm not sure is right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Any
much,
questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from members of the public?
Yeah, I live up above.
Could you state your name, please?
For the record.
For the record?
And I just think the visual impact's going to be pretty bad, and also it's literally right across the street from the Annie Hut driveway. So there's going to be this vehicles meeting, and I don't know why Barron, because the other driveway, the Peekaboo, Hawk has to go and do a right, a sharp, 45-degree turn. And I've seen where he's drawn where the road would go straight in and not have that right angle, and I think that should be allowed. But I think Dan's privacy is really going to be affected by the uphill driveway. And just like he says, you have to turn around, and it hasn't been a used access, but really is the extra vertical from the other driveway going to really be an issue for you? The incline as far as driving, it's going to be hard to get equipment in.
Oh, yeah.
So I understand why you want the access, because it is a flatter approach. But as far as Dan's privacy goes, I think it's basic.
Eddie?
You know, I think that the issue is that the other landowner has said no. And so we don't have any control over that. And regardless of the fact we don't really know the steepness or the curve or the angles you have to turn, and trying to get a fire truck under any of those, trying to get a fire truck up Little Annie's alone is not always an easy thing. I mean, maybe their wildfire truck could make it up there, but you're not getting any of those big boys up there anyway. But I mean, that's always a concern for us, is the public safety issue and the safety of our first responders. And I think, if we had the other property owners at least agreement that we could look at driveways there, but I think that's off the table as far as what I'm hearing. So I think right now we're looking at that one axis and how we can best accommodate on that angle and preserve as much as we can, lessen the impact for the neighbors and preserve as much of the scenic with that angle. And I know you're going to try and work something out with the county engineers to see what we can do. I mean, I'm not sure how we can look at the second driveway right now.
Mr. Neely?
Thanks, Steve. I just want to comment on what options we looked at. We did look hard at other options coming across the Eclipse and the Calaveras 1 and 2. Unfortunately, they required the removal of a fair number of trees, and Mr. Barron was absolutely opposed to that. And the alignment of the existing very rustic roads is such that, as Hawk pointed out, to get to the site, you all of a sudden hit about a 26% slope, which really doesn't work in a treed area in particular. This isn't, we haven't just eliminated that option because we don't like it. We've eliminated it because we can't get permission from an adjoining property owner to make modifications to his property that would accommodate safe and realistic access to the property. And we've tried for the better part of a year to do it, because we knew of this objection. But I think this is the legal access, and all I can say is, between working with Mr. Punta and working with the county, I think a solution can be reached that will work for Hawk and will minimize the impacts. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from members of the public? Mr. Miller.
I'm John Miller, President of Castle Creek Investors, and it's always strange to me that we own several hundred acres of ground up there, and Hawk's going to be able to build more houses, and the community development board has accused me of excessive construction. We built 3 cabins up there, including mine. Dan's would be a 4th one when it's up there, and as I've said, you can't find the other 2 besides Dan's and mine. And I guess I signed that paper giving access across what is now Dan's property back in the 80s. I was trying to conduct a business back in Indiana and didn't know where the property was or anything else, but I was advised by Doug Carlson and some of the people that were trying to preserve the ground down here. To me, one of the things is that I have sold property to property owners like Dan. I sold Dan his property. Hawk is trying to develop commercial property for resale. He has no intentions of living there. He has the Ecuador, and he wants to build on that. And he's doing a different maneuver up there than anybody else has ever done. And I didn't try. I could have built 16, I think it was either 16 or 18 properties, and I've been very criticized. And Suzanne goes in there, and I try to get a permit to build on 35 acres. She makes me develop it on 47 acres because I have more ground. Now here Bolivia, I don't even think it's 10 acres, less than 10 acres.
5.72.
And Hawk built a cabin on 3-point-some acres up there. Now who's doing what up there? You know, I had 900 acres at one time, and I just think that this is out of sorts. That the Bolivia, where the cabin was, the ugliest site on the back of the mountain, where they wanted to build on those mining claims or mining tailings up there where they were, and then when that caved in on the mine tunnel, and that hole was what 30, 40 feet deep, and I know somebody's dog fell in there, and they had to come back and get a climbing harness and everything to get down in there to get them out. I've driven back with a Jeep, driven back into their Bolivia. I didn't recall that driveway being that steep. Maybe it is that steep. But if the road should be built back there, that's the way the road should be built, back in there. And I don't know. The whole thing is all development for commercial use. It's not for individuals that are going to use it themselves. I just think it's a little bit wrong. And Hawk's a friend of mine. I hope we stay that way. And everybody up there knows everybody quite well. And I truly feel that I've been overly criticized for overly developing the property when I don't think I have at all.
Thank you, John. Do any other members of the public wish to speak? Okay. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. George?
Suzanne, or Suzanne, do you know, how did Malika access his cabin?
I don't know.
Rick, do you know?
I do. That was the driveway he used, the road that Hawk's proposing right now. That's what's referred to as the Mulligan driveway.
And he would use it as a complete loop. He would use it as a complete loop and come out the peekaboo area. So he used both ends of it. Malika's stopped using that right.
Then, excuse me, if we need to ask
Okay,
you,
I'm
we'll,
sorry.
we'll ask you a question.
Steve?
Okay.
I
what's the-
understand the concerns of the, we went through the whole, all that way back. And I understand the concerns of those who live up there. And it's a great place to live, and you have your own little bit of paradise up there. And, it comes back down to private property rights, and people do have a right to develop, and we have to acknowledge that as best we can and as most appropriate. And I think sometimes if somebody's going to develop another parcel, sometimes it's in better hands if it's somebody who understands the nature of the Willanny Basin. And I think it's hard, John. I know you've done a lot back there for preservation. We've been through a lot of issues with you. It's been a long haul in many cases. And I think that I have some concerns about this parcel, the wooded areas. The biggest concern for me is probably the telephone line, but we can talk more about that. But I just think that, we have to acknowledge that people do have private property rights, and they have, in many cases, the right to build 1,000 square feet if and when we have the appropriate access. So I think that's kind of where we sit right now.
So I think the question in my mind still revolves around the access issue. The two different parties in it are, both claiming opposite things, and
Well, Steve, I think the thing is right now is we really only have one access. The other access opportunity, the owner of that property has said absolutely not. We have no purview. We have no way to say to him, no, we're going to put it through your property. Right now, the one before us is the one we need to look at. And as John Ely said, we can either approve or not approve this application before. If it's up to the parties that don't agree with that access to fight it out after the day, after we're done with it. And I think that's kind of where we are right now. That's not something we can decide now.
Mhm.
It's up to the person opposing that use of that, whatever it's quote unquote called, the Malika driveway. So can I get to the...
Does someone wish to make a motion?
Well, I want to ask more about
further
the
discussion?
telephone line. I really have issue with extending utilities. I've always been very adamant about not doing that. What are your other opportunities or options? Satellite or other ways to fix some kind of communication back there without having to put in a mile or something of underground telephone?
I understand that you can get a directional antenna and bounce signals off of Hayden. That's, frankly, it's beyond my expertise, and certainly something that can be looked at.
Just for the fact we didn't have any input from the homeowners association as to the extension of utilities. If it was just to be a phone line, but who knows what might come in next, and we're going to putting water and sewer up there, and I don't think we want to go there.
Michael?
Well, a telephone line is different from water and sewer.
Right, but I'm saying if we extend one utility, it can go back to say you extended a utility, you can extend. We need to be careful with that.
I also think we need to look at the impacts of what that utility installation is. So, putting a water line in, going 8 feet or 10 feet.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And a phone line is simply a claw along the roadbed. It's already existing.
Right, but it is an extension of a utility, quote unquote.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is they're different in nature.
I understand.
So
The water's different than
on a principle
phone.
basis, I can see your argument. On a physical basis, I don't think there's actually any impact.
Well, my only, I would support moving this forward. I would question, and I would support, I think, Hawk's wording on that item number 6 regarding the on-site water storage and sprinklers. And I forget how that was worded. I think it was worded may versus shall, and there was going to be some opportunities to address fire mitigation through what we have is with our wildfire code in terms of removal of having space between the home structure and clearing of 30 feet in height and things like that. Is that in as part of our land use code now?
It's in the land use code. It's also in the conditions of approval for his activity envelope, all of the specific wildfire standards. That's why they're not showing up in your resolution. They're already in that prior determination. But it includes all of the defensible space mitigation standards as well as the structural standards that we require when you're in a severe wildfire area.
Yeah.
So those are conditions
Right, so,
of his
yes, I
envelope.
would not require that they have to have that water storage and sprinkler system. I think we could change that wording. You know, I think it's interesting because our following agenda coming up, the whole land use issue again was based around access and driveways, historic use and options. And I agree with Patty. You know, you've got private property rights, and you can't prohibit access to the private property unless we want to, you know, purchase that property, condemn it. I guess I would just encourage the homeowners up there to see whether there's any other viable options and if there's any way that they can cooperate with one another, barring the issues of legal access and easement, which is beyond our realm here. That's what I would suggest, and I would be ready to move this forward with just that one change of wording in terms of the water storage and sprinklers.
How do you feel about the telephone line?
I guess I don't have that big of an
Okay.
issue with that. It's, I don't think it would even be noticeable. I think it's probably nice to have some sort of emergency access up to your phone if something does happen.
Okay.
But I don't know how to word the motion to include a change in wording on the sprinklers, Suzanne.
I can get the language, you know, from Huck. I got the first part of it.
Well, the way he has it worded here is the parcel may have an underground fire protection water storage tank up to 5,000 gallons and may establish an external or internal sprinkler system for fire protection in the immediate vicinity of the structure and must maintain a parcel's wildfire mitigation zone to the submitted wildfire mitigation plans specifications.
Which is already apparently in the previous approval.
So with that amendment, I would make a motion to approve the Ecuador North Bolivia parcel site plan review and special review.
With the language changes under number 6 in the resolution.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a question, Suzanne, about the Ecuador parcel. I'm looking at it, there's the north parcel and the south parcel. The whole mining claim looks like it's overlaid by other mining claims coming, the Atlanta, Winchester, and
Right. The what we refer to this one as the Ecuador North / Bolivia parcel, which is this that comes down to the point here.
mm-hmm.
The Ecuador South parcel is a totally separate parcel that, because it was bisected by the other mining claims, when the actual survey was done, it was determined to be separate from the rest of the Ecuador. So it's a separate parcel.
But it's the same mining claim.
It is part of the same mining claim, but they are two distinct parcels.
And in my mind, the south parcel's only 1 acre, and my inclination would be to make a condition that could not be built upon because the mining claim already would have a residence on it, even though it's disconnected by these other mining claims that other people own.
The determination, that did come through the hearing officer at the same time this one was reviewed last year, an activity envelope was approved and a development right was acknowledged for that parcel.
For the
So,
south.
Right, because it is a separate, distinct parcel, determination was made that it does have.
But we really can't go back and,
Right.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve with the amendment. Further discussion, Michael?
So Suzanne, can you clarify an issue on the driveway for me? So is the assertion that the driveway turn is too steep to make a right-hand turn as you're coming up the road? Is that, and that you would have to proceed up the road, turn around, and come back down? Is that what the assertion is?
It's not so much the steepness as the
Well,
angle of the turn.
I mean the steep angle.
So, okay. Yes, that's my understanding.
And what are our limitations on redesigning that intersection?
Well, again, I'd have to, I can't remember what the actual degree of turning radius that we'd be looking for. You know, that was, I think, what they looked at and said that would be a pretty substantial cut and disturbance into that area. So that was where, you know, Susan said we can, you know, try and work with the specifics here to try and, you know, get either a better angle off of the road or somehow work with that, but without requiring to go to that extent of the full turning radius that would otherwise be required. I mean, in that case, you know, it sort of seems to me that, I mean, this would become, you know, have to cut back out into here and come back in order to achieve that kind of turning radius.
But we don't have any, do we have a limitation on what kind of turning radius we can ask for?
I don't think we have a limitation. I mean, the question here was more allowing it to go below what we would otherwise be looking for.
Mm-hmm. And the assertion, I think, is, excuse me, the assertion was that if it's a steep turn, or very, very sharp turn, that the only alternative was to proceed up to the next clear space, turn around, and come back down. So why don't we solve the turn?
I think the issue is the devastation to the meadow to make it as required turning radius. What they're going to look at is trying to mitigate it as much as possible to make it more feasible to turn there rather than having to go up. And that's going to be worked out with the county engineers.
And this is what's included in the application for the driveway design in terms of, you know, the efforts made to improve the turn over what's there now.
To best possible, without making a huge impact there.
So that's sufficient for a vehicle, a passenger vehicle or a four-wheel drive vehicle, but not sufficient for fire safety equipment.
Correct. I mean, I guess it would depend on what types of vehicles, you know, in terms of they do have different sizes of vehicles. You know, again, my conversation with Brian was geared more towards pretty much, you know, no matter what piece of equipment it is, you know, just the reality of us getting there is very limited.
As far as a fire truck.
So would a brush truck or some other, you know, I don't know my fire department vehicles very well, but would some of their smaller vehicles be able to get up into here, you know?
Well, the whole safety thing has, I think, been decided by the fire marshal, which is he's not going to go up there. You know, it's self-keep her up there. I mean, you know, get a bug-out bag and run. That's what the fire marshal is saying. So what we're dealing with is this turn is sufficient for a vehicle to go down without proceeding up the road and impacting other neighbors. Is that sufficient? And then in the construction management plan, stating that the vehicles cannot go further up the road. They have to make this turn or transfer to a vehicle that can.
Right.
So I mean, I'm just trying to balance, you know, neighborhood concerns with the physical ability to get into your property in a way that doesn't impact anybody else. And if you're going to have development, you're going to have impacts, it seems to me. And so you have to deal with it. And I think that's what we need to do in this thing, is say, listen, this has to be sufficient for vehicles to make a turn on and not go up the road and not impact neighbors, And if there is construction trucks, they can't go up the road. They can go to this and make the turn. If they can't, other arrangements have to be made. I mean, that's what we should be doing. That's what we should be deciding. So the neighborhood doesn't break out in internal disputes.
So, Steve, so we could request that as part of the construction management plan?
Yeah.
So we can add that to...
And the access permit.
Right. So
It doesn't have to be part of just construction.
Doesn't have to be.
It can be permanent use as well.
Right, but I'm saying, oh, right, exactly.
So in fact, to cut the turn before the existing turn, to make it broader and easier to describe in a vehicle, and then get rid of the spur as it comes up where it exists now,
Right.
re-veg it.
I'm wondering if there's another turnaround area for fire vehicles in the neighborhood that would serve the purpose of serving more than one property. If there is a structure fire up there that's in a heavily wooded area, it would be important to try to get it put out so it doesn't become a wildfire. But I know that the fire department, if there's a structure fire and it's not safe for their personnel and equipment to go in there, they're not going to go in there, and that's, I think, the indication of the letter from the fire marshal is, if there's a fire in there, they're not going in because it wouldn't be safe for them to go in to fight a fire. But if they could go in and fight a fire quickly, a structure fire, put it out and keep it from turning into a major wildfire, I think that would be important for the neighborhood.
Well, yeah, and like I said, I mean, that's the issue we have on Red Mountain Road. There's no ingress egress. So in a lot of cases, it's if there's a big fire up there, should we send our first responders up there when they can't get out? And that's the whole issue in any of these rural remote parcels. And a lot of it is, again, that the fire trucks some of them can't even get up the landings to begin with, let alone get up there, turn around and fight fires. So, but I think George has.
Yeah, I mean, wildfires is another issue. I don't think wildfires are necessarily bad. We know that now. And in fact, you can have a lightning strike up there. Probably would be more common occurrence than having a fire started from a cabin. But I think Michael's right. The issue is the driveway. I mean, that's the issue between the neighbors. I would even look at going out into the meadow a little bit. Maybe you only have to go in 10 feet to have a radius to allow a vehicle to turn around. Because since we're not going to be meeting fire safety code, we're just trying to see what is a reasonable egress and access and minimize the impacts on the neighbors. So, I would even look at that and have the neighbors, decide what is the best way. Here are the options, and let the neighbors decide, what is more important for that neighbor.
And George, I think you're right. I'm coming back to let the neighbors see what the options are, because it's one of those cases of be careful what you ask for. You want a great turning radius that might take up half that beautiful meadow, or can we come with something that will accommodate everything, both sides of the argument? And I think that's something we should, do we need to put that into the motion that we have, that we want to amend the access agreement to accommodate the best turning radius as possible?
I think we could add language to condition number 5, because it ends with the sentence, the intersection of the driveway with the Laney Road is not required to be brought into compliance with the standards of the asset management plan, but I think we could add some language, to the extent of...
Best accommodate the turning radius.
Improving it to ensure that vehicles can, something, I don't know what it is off the top of my head. I get
If you
the
specify a vehicle, say a pickup truck with an 8-foot bed, has to be able to make the turn. That's a large pickup that you'd use in construction. And if that can make the turn, fine. That allows construction of the materials delivered to the area and so forth and so on, but limits the size of that turn.
What sort of vehicle are you going to need, Hawk, for the excavation? And how are you going to get that vehicle in there? I mean, we're looking at a big dump truck or?
No, I think I'm looking at getting a small dump truck actually, but I would like to point out that the Little Annie Road goes up to a network of roads at the intersection with Midnight Mine Road, which has a triangle, and so it is possible to go, and as far as that goes, it's possible to come up Midnight Mine. It's not the preferred route, but fellow could. The thing that worries me the most going in there would be if a cement truck or the well drilling rig, a big well drilling rig, and that's a big truck. So those are the two that I worry about the most. But
so they could access by going up onto that.
Yeah. And as far as that goes, the ski company services the sun deck with semi-sized like fuel delivery trucks and so forth, and those run up the road and they turn around and run back down. So I certainly would accept prohibition or in the construction management plan for turning around at that intersection in Dan's driveway and limit impacting in that way. And if you don't want to have to require these guys to drive to this sun deck to turn around if there is a midnight plan.
So we could include that in the master plan and go back to Michael's comments in terms of limiting that drive to allow an 8-foot bed pickup truck to be able to make it, but nothing larger. And anything larger would have to either go up from Midnight Mine Road or continue up Little Annie's Road where there's a wide enough place to turn around and come back in.
So we're going to add that in under condition 5, so you need to amend our motion.
So I would amend our motion to what I just stated.
And I'll allow that under my second, and I think Dan has something to say.
Public comment is closed.
Can I reopen public comment?
The board can.
The board can? One member of the public does wish to speak again. I did close the public hearing. If the board wishes, we could reopen the public hearing to hear one more statement.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. I reopen the public hearing for the purpose, so Dan can speak.
Thank you, Steve. I would just like to, we've talked about a lot of stuff, but there was the access off of Peekaboo where this driveway here does come back to Little Annie Road, and Mr. Greenway is going to modify at the old mine dump to go up the hill, and there's plenty of room in there to allow for larger vehicles to make the turn to get to Mr. Greenway's site. So there is an option besides just putting a huge cut in the meadow here on my property, which it is on the part of the Peekaboo driveway that is below the city grade.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing again. Bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second to approve the application with several amendments that have been written down. Suzanne?
Just, I guess the one outstanding item would be that the resolution does not address the phone line extension one way or the other. So if you wanted to include something on that, we need to add it to the
I would
resolution.
amend to include, to allow that.
And I'll second that amendment.
To approve the,
Allowing of the undergrounding of a phone line.
to approve the phone line, but not
Any of the
utilities in general. Because I know that was a valid consideration of yours, Patty. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10-minute break. We'll come back at 3:10, and that gives staff time to catch their breath and
They're not here for
right, welcome back to the Board of County Commissioners meeting, February 25th, 2015. Next item we have, also under land use public hearings, is special events code amendments, and this is the second reading and public hearing. Mike Kramer?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Mike Kramer with Pickens County Planning Staff. And as you said, we're here for our second reading public hearing of our land use code amendments addressing special events. And we had first reading on February 11th. And if you remember our process and where we've been, we started off with an entire county-wide code amendment for special events. We have winnowed that down to only address the rural and remote zone district and special event venue properties in the county, and we've amended the ordinance to reflect that. And then also at the last hearing, we had some other minor tweaks that we looked at. And I put those on page 1 of the staff memo, but I'll quickly just go through them. We had some discrepancies in the attendance limits in the rural and remote zone district. We had it at 250 in one place and 200 in one place. We have it down to 200. We included a section in the special events venue portion of the ordinance addressing building safety, and if a venue property would request to be in a barn, we would then get the chance to look at if the barn would be a safe building to have a venue property. We clarified that the rural and remote zone district is separate and distinct from the rural area, and we have an exception in the ordinance for that. We defined the special events committee in chapter 11. And then we added language about someone who is leasing or occupying property who doesn't actually own it as being exempt from the special event permitting in the rural area. And we put language in the ordinance to reflect that too, and you can read what we've done. But we tossed around the idea of occupying property or leasing property or renting and how we were going to define it. But we said in the end, I think it was leasing. Leased is the word we used for it. We thought that was acceptable. We also have some public comment that came in too, and I've printed them off. We'll email them next time to the board. But we have them from the Emma Caucus, from the Snowcap Caucus, and also Little Annie's Homeowners Association. And they were great comments. Staff and Alan have read through them. The Snowcap Caucus had some really nice comments, and in fact, if we wanted to, we could reflect the ordinance to some of those suggestions. One of them was about dust control, and we actually had some, I think, a standard in the Chapter 4 section of the ordinance that talked about if you're having a bunch of traffic on a rural road that wasn't paved, we have you water it down 2 times a day. And they actually said, it suggested, I think, a reasonable dust control measures, and we could certainly have that in the ordinance if we wanted to. And they also suggested exempting block parties from getting a special event permit, and that seemed pretty acceptable too. We didn't have any opposition to that idea. We wanted to put that in there. So with those changes, we have revised the draft ordinance, and we are recommending that the BOCC adopt it on second reading, and it will become effective immediately if the board adopts it.
George?
I'm a little confused. I lost me a little, Mike, I apologize. But what we're dealing with here is the rural remote and special events venues. So the comments that we received from Snowmass Cap and the Emma Caucus, they were also commenting just in general in terms of rural permitting, but we're not dealing with that right now. So why would we be what are you suggesting that we should be taken from recommendations from the...
We had a couple of things that affect this ordinance, just a
That go into the
couple of really
rural
minor things that affect the standards here. Most of their comments addressed the next phase.
The next phase,
The
right.
continuing work to look at the rural and urban area, and if or if not, things will be adopted there. But there are really 2 very minor tweaks. One would be in the dust control thing. As Mike said, we had a specific standard, thou shalt water twice a day. And they said, maybe you don't need to do it twice a day. Couldn't you just say there shall be adequate dust control and leave it to environmental health to determine what adequate is? No, that's fine.
And that's for, again, rural and remote and special events venues.
Yeah, when there's a commercial event going on in the rural area, we're still regulating.
So, I understand. Okay, gotcha. That's the difference.
And the other thing was, they said, block party is maybe a private event, it could be a public event. The whole public could be invited to a block party. And it probably doesn't happen on private property, it probably happens in the street that the block is. So it's not, the wording that we used didn't necessarily exempt a block party from needing a special events permit. And they said, shouldn't you be encouraging that kind of thing? I mean, my neighborhood, Little Elk Creek, actually, Mike and I were thinking, where do we have blocks in Snowmass Capital anyway? You know, you can have a block out on the Child Ranch? No. But there are blocks in Little Elk Creek, and there are blocks in Gateway, and those people could want to get together and have a block party. And you don't want to get a permit for that.
Yeah.
So those were the two things that I think we thought were good ideas.
Would you have is there a definition of a block party in your definitions? And you probably should add one. Somebody might really
No, but
stretch
it's actually listed
the,
in the definition as required, as being a special event. So if you look at the special event definition on, what's page 45 of chapter 11, it defines a special event as including the following and similar. And it's athletic events and fundraisers, and then it goes wedding, block party, neighborhood gathering, or similar type of group celebration. So we definitely listed it. Back in the day when, you know, before we would have said, well, if your block party is 75 people, you're below our threshold, you're great. So when we had the table for the rural area, most block parties would have been great. Now that we don't have a table, unless you exempt it, by definition, they're caught. So I don't think I don't think that's the net that we're looking to catch.
So that means we need to delete it from this page?
I think what we need to do
On page
is,
45, but down your definition?
no, I wouldn't delete it from the definition necessarily. I think we probably need to add a line in this applicability permit required section, which is page 78 of chapter 4. I don't know what page it is in your packet.
On the roller count, it's
19.
That this is a special event that does not need a permit.
That's what I think.
And if you were to have a true block party, as you were saying, where I used to have true block parties because I lived in blocks.
You lived in a block.
Well, we didn't actually get a permit from the city to close the street, but you would have to do that now.
Yeah.
We just closed the street.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different if you're closing the street in the city versus
Yeah. Closing the street at Little Elk Creek.
closing your subdivision, you're inviting the subdivision.
Just make sure all the neighbors on that street get invited.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you think that's a good idea, on page 19, where we have 2A, 1 and 2, you know, I'd probably suggest putting a 3 in there and saying, these standards shall not apply to block parties in the rural area.
Michael?
But that, so Alan, you seem to be defining a block party by existence of quadrants of streets, is that right? Well, you have streets that are in a pattern that forms roughly a high-density block, right? But I think there's another definition of block party, which is just a gathering of neighbors. I mean, you know, so you're in a rural area, but somehow you have a block party. I don't quite get it there.
Well, I think the thought here is, we're already clear, a private party on private property is exempt. A block party, you could say the public is invited, so it's not a private party, and therefore it falls outside of this exemption that we've crafted. Or a block party could easily happen in the street, on public property, in other words, not in anybody's yard. And that's what differentiates it. Now, if a private party, or if a block party were to happen in the middle of Woody Creek Road, in the middle of a county road, we know when an activity is requested in a county road, you gotta get a county permit to close a county road. That's unquestioned. But if a private party is happening on a private street, it's sort of, it's just not exactly what we've exempted here. And I think, we seem to think that that was not the kind of thing that a permit should be required for. If we disagree and we think that should have a permit, then the language is fine just the way it is. It'll get caught.
Yeah. I mean, this is for the next phase, essentially, anyway, but we're not talking about
in the next phase, this could be fixed entirely, and it wouldn't be an issue. Because we would presumably say, in the rural area, the threshold is what, 250 people, 500 people? I don't know what it's gonna be, but the threshold's gonna be above 99% of the block parties we might have around. So it wouldn't be an issue.
I'd like
Just
to,
for the interim, I thought it was a pretty reasonable suggestion the graphics came up with.
I'd like to give some thought to that for the future. I'm okay with including the wording now. When you look at Snowmass Capitol Creek parties, the annual party, we've always gotten a special use permit for that. And it, in effect, it is a block party. It's all the neighbors are invited. And we get the porta potties and, you know, follow all the guidelines.
Clearly a public event.
It's a public event, but in effect, it is the same thing as a block party, but just that we don't have a block to close the street. We put it on somebody's private land.
No, but I was invited and I don't live there.
George?
I guess I take issue with that because a block party to me denotes that you're actually going to be utilizing public roads. Could be private road, public roads, and then you've got a question. And so in a city, it's easy because you could block it off, but you have to go get a permit. In a rural area, you're going to have a block. You're going to have a party on a private property, but I don't think we should be without a permit allowing people to close off roads because of fire and safety hazards. If they have a permit and then they know that they've got to go through a checklist and notify the fire marshal and notify public safety, that's okay. But just to close off street access in a rural area, it doesn't make sense to me.
So maybe that issue should just be looked at in the future and not change it right now.
Well, we can just leave it the way it is.
Yeah.
And it will then require a permit.
Yeah, because we can, I mean, we can think about it.
Yeah, we don't have to carve it out.
can address
We've
it.
hammered out all this ordinance a lot, and I know that we can change it. You know, if we don't get it right, exactly right this time, we can tweak it later, and especially when we're looking at the, you know, the other, the bigger picture of the special use permits in the other zone districts. And so I would like to move this one forward, and I would entertain a motion from one of the board members. Michael?
I'm not ready for a motion yet, but anybody else can make it. So, my hesitation about this is that we've had one event that's been deemed excessive on rural remote. One event last summer, and it made us spring into action on this regulatory basis, and it's spread since then. Now we've brought it back in, which makes some sense. But I'm not sure that it's necessary at all. And the other for rural remote. And the other thing has been sort of the creation of venues, which came out of nowhere, really, for me at least. And what those implications are, designating a place as a venue. What I'm afraid of is that large barns and riding arenas will be declared venues, or at least manufacturing venues. So, and I'm not at all happy about that, because there's been an abuse of those areas up to this point anyway. So I'm not anxious to liberalize it by creating a special. We've never had venue in the code before, have we? No. So I'm not sure that I want to I want to include that as a doorway into the use of large structures in rural areas for events that probably shouldn't be there. They probably should be in the urban area. So I'm hesitant on this, on both of these issues.
George?
Yeah, excuse me. I would just take the opposite view. I think even though there was one event that precipitated this whole discussion, it was of such enormity and had such impact on that neighborhood that I think it is important to address special events, specifically in the rural remote areas. In terms of as a special event venue, it's exactly the point, because we never had a way to measure and determine where and when people can have special events venues. So right now, if we don't have this, then you're really not prohibiting someone to utilize their barn or their residence for ongoing corporate retreats. There's no mechanism for staff to address that or enforce it. So this gives us a mechanism for staff not only to enforce, but to actually determine what's appropriate or not. So, you know, I would support moving this forward. And where the discussion, I think, is really going to come is whether we really want to have regulations in the rural and urban areas for private residents.
Patty?
Yeah, I agree with George. And the other thing is too, when somebody comes before us for a special venue, whatever, we have the right, we have the opportunity or whatever to say no, or to say this is how you can, or this is how you can't. And I think that's something we're lacking now. And I think that's important for us, because it doesn't say we're going to always say no. It doesn't say we're going to always say yes. And I think that that's an important, and so I am ready to move it forward. And as Steve said, we'll have, well, and George said too, we'll have further opportunity to discuss the issues in those other areas.
This is a public hearing. Do any members of the public wish to speak about those special events code amendments at this time? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. You can write about it in your column, Tony.
So
George?
I would make a motion amending Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifically the 2006 Land Use Code for Land Use Code Text Amendments. That's what we're discussing. It's a little simpler on the land use public hearing.
And I'll second that. And so we're leaving out, just with a comment, we're leaving out the block party till next time?
Yeah. What about the dust control, that one?
Oh, to change that language to adequate?
Requiring 2 waterings to just requiring adequate dust controls in terms of.
Because that will affect rural, remote, and rural and suburban.
I would add that to my, I would amend my motion to include that.
And I'll second that amendment.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor of the motion to approve with the amendment about dust control, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, Jeanette, we have
That was
one
Michael.
opposed.
That was Michael opposed.
To make everybody feel good, this project was completed on time and within budget, so your staff really did a good job of managing this project. Thank you.
Not an
You should
easy
feel
issue.
good
Thanks,
about
Mike.
that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, this one is not a public hearing.
And next we have the land use action, GSS Properties LLC takings remediation. And it says Suzanne, are you, oh, you're still here, okay.
She's eating lunch.
We went too fast, she didn't get to eat her lunch.
It's like the second half of the same. Trying to get out of my teeth now.
I hope you're not going to read all your pile of papers there.
This is only one of the files, too, related to this property. I decided I would bring them all with me. Let's see, what did I?
It goes back a ways.
thought we'd start with this one since, to make sure everybody knows which driveways we're talking about when I refer to them all, because even I was confused and got one wrong in the resolution, which Jim found for me. But so, just to backtrack quickly, this is the takings remediation, or a continuation of the takings remediation, for actually two denials. One was a denial pursuant to BOCC Resolution 070-2013, another pursuant to BOCC Resolution 102-2014, and this is where I'll try and jump in and point out the those two denials were related to driveways. Well, the easy one is over here on the Holloway property, which is referred to as Alternative G. That was the second denial. The first denial was for D, which is running up here along the, am I getting that right, Jim?
F.
F, sorry, F. D's the one we've ended up with.
Yep.
F is running up here, up the front side of the, again, it's hard for me to go back and forth between the screen, and neither of them are easy for me to see, my screen or your screen, and F. So those were the two driveways that were denied. At the hearing, well, first the board found that both of those denials constituted a taking, and directed staff to bring back the alternatives to finally make a determination about which was the best option. That meeting was held in October, at which time you gave us direction to pursue alternative D. Again, I look at both of these and go, I can't see any of
Do you want me
this
to point it out?
particularly well, but D's coming in here. Sorry, the shaking's not helping. Right there, and then across, and then over there, and then up onto the mesa. I think I got it. So D is the alternative that is basically presented to you in final form for approval pursuant to this takings remediation. Jim submitted a new packet of information. A number of issues were raised at that meeting. Jim Curtis submitted a packet of information to address a lot of the issues that were raised at that October hearing. It also presented the full package of drawings specific to alternative D for the driveway plan and profile. And then also you've seen before, I think at the last hearing we went through, this also includes the site plan review for the actual house site on the GSS property and everything associated with that, and the special review used for TDRs. So all of those are incorporated into the resolution that's in front of you. To walk quickly through the issues that were raised and the responses, many related to the driveway. So again, we're talking about alternative D. And this was found to be the most feasible and appropriate alternative. It's in that it minimizes impacts on the wildlife movement corridor. If you recall, you can see several of these alternatives that went up into this draw. Were actually, A was the originally proposed driveway, and that's what Jim pointed out in my resolution. That was actually the first denial, was of driveway alternative A, which obviously had some pretty substantial impacts on this draw. This was seen as an alternative to where it does impact this lower portion. I can put up the drawings that show you what they've done to try and mitigate the impacts of this portion of the driveway on the lower part of this draw, in order to allow wildlife to still be able to move through that corridor. But so wildlife movement was an issue. Minimizes visual impacts to the extent feasible. It takes away the driveway intersection right, which was originally right across from the this driveway onto the Craig Ranch property, that had very large retaining walls, if you recall that alternative, and it was seen as not acceptable visually from a visual perspective. This driveway complies with the county's driveway standards for width and grade and can accommodate emergency vehicle access. And it daylights up on the mesa, on this end of the mesa. The house site is up here. They've agreed to make this the buildable area and this no structures, basically. So they've agreed to protect this portion of it. So the driveway comes up in this area and allows the driveway to come up to the house site and keeps the impacts on the mesa on that side of the mesa. So the issues that were addressed by the applicant, there was a question about encroachment onto Craig Ranch Parcel 3, where the driveway is intersecting Woody Creek Road. There are exhibits in Jim's packet that provide the survey work to show that the driveway is not impacting Parcel 3 of the Craig Ranch. And it's either within, on the GSS parcel or within the road right-of-way. So it doesn't get onto Parcel 3. The applicant provided some information on the Ute City Spring, a report from Commissioner Gordon-Meyer that addressed the spring and made a determination that the driveway would not impact the yield of the spring, as it would be located west and outside of the tributary basin to the spring. And also noted that the driveway would only have disturbance near surface. It would have no impact to subsurface geology or historical groundwater flow patterns. There's a letter in your packet from Margaret Reckling, who's now the owner of Parcel 4 of the Craig Ranch, and who benefits from that Ute City Spring, and she disputes the findings of that report, and her assertions are provided in her letter. The Holloway easement, which is the easement from the 1960s across the Holloway property, the applicant is committed to vacate the easement on the Holloway property after the driveway is constructed and finally inspected. So once this driveway is a done deal, that easement would be vacated. Again, Ms. Reckling provided in her comments, she suggested that the BOCC continue to pursue that and allow variances for construction of the driveway. I think that issue had already been addressed at the last hearing, because that cannot accommodate the emergency access and would not provide the adequate access to the property. The issue of mitigation of impacts on wildlife movement, again, I pointed out where those impacts occur. And the applicant has agreed they met with Kevin Wright with the Division of Wildlife on site and agreed to certain measures to mitigate those impacts, which include providing a minimum 30-foot gap in the retaining walls, which again, if I was quicker, I could pull everything up. But if you'd like me to, I can pull out that drawing. Would that be helpful to see the driveway design? Anyway.
I've looked at it in my packet.
Okay.
I don't know about the rest of the board.
We can come back to it if anybody wants. Maintaining the slope up to the level ditch to the extent possible to provide screening. Again, these are all in my memo. I don't need to walk through it. I think the most important one was, maintaining as much vegetation as possible, and also providing that gap. So there isn't a retaining wall that animals would drop off of onto the driveway. There is an open area right at where that drop comes in that would have no retaining, so there's a gap in the two retaining walls on both sides so they can still pass through. Maintain as much vegetation as possible for screening, and to use native materials when restoring the area. So the applicant has agreed to those and incorporated all of those into their driveway design in the site plan. The Salvation Ditch siphon crossing. The Salvation Ditch siphon is running on this hillside, right kind of on the nose there. And the driveway will cross that. The applicant has been in touch with the Salvation Ditch Company and will work with them and submit their final construction drawings to them at the time when they're ready to go for a driveway permit. Aspen Fire, Brian Nichols did review the plans and find them acceptable to meet emergency access up here. Jim Curtis met with GR Fielding and Tammy Cochin, our zoning officer, to look at the sight lines and the issues about cutting back slopes and removing vegetation related to those sight lines. The information in the packet included analysis of a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit and a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. This area of Woody Creek Road is posted for a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. They looked at 25 to just see, how much difference there would be. The biggest question with that, or concern there, was removal of a stand of cottonwood trees. And I think it was very helpful that Tammy was able to, when she, looked at that, she's doing our landscape plan reviews and things now for us, so that's kind of within her purview, and she stated the public safety benefits from the sightline improvements significantly outweigh the benefits of preserving the trees. The cluster, while large and beautiful, is not uniquely significant, and given ample opportunities to mitigate elsewhere on site, I believe the lost value to a large extent can be replaced. So there was a report in there from is it Jason Jones with Aspen Tree Service, who had basically said you can't really remove a portion of the clump of trees and really have any value left to, the other ones then aren't really going to survive. So it was sort of an all or nothing proposal. I think at one point we'd say, well, maybe we could just take some closest to the road and leave the rest of the clump. And I think this really, sort of put some finality to that discussion, saying it's just going to be better and safer not just for this driveway, but it is an awkward place, I think, in the road where there's kind of a turn and it goes into an area where there's pretty limited visibility. So that the safety improvement here that would then meet the standard for the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit would be appropriate, and that some replacement vegetation could be provided elsewhere. Additional issues, the question of, Mr. Wagner had asserted that there are burial sites somewhere in the draw that would be crossed by the proposed driveway. The applicant noted that there's nothing recorded against the property, which is the state requirement to identify a burial site. But the request was made that if any human remains are found during construction, the Wagner family be notified. The applicant is willing to agree to that and include a condition in the resolution to that effect. The out parcel, what does the out parcel show in here? Can you pick it up? It's above the Salvation Ditch, right?
Steve, it's the bend in Salvation Ditch.
It's
There you
about
go.
in there
Okay.
somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, so it's up higher than I was thinking. So there's the 1 acre out parcel that I think was discussed at the last meeting. Jim Curtis and Fred Pierce met with John Ely to present some information on the out parcel, which was adequate to determine that the parcel was legally created, could potentially be developed if the owner can demonstrate that it was legally created prior to 1978, therefore has an exempt development right. And based on the information provided, John said he believed that access to the parcel would be through the adjacent Craig Ranch Parcel 3. That would have to be demonstrated in conjunction with any development application in the future. So, again, I think that's...
Suzanne, was it ever figured out who actually owns that parcel?
I would defer to Jim, Fred, or John.
Who's pointing to John?
We don't know who owns it now.
Did I lose the pointing?
Yeah.
You probably won.
So we don't know, or we,
I do not know.
We don't know.
you don't know? I'm looking at Mr. Pierce for some
We know
reason.
who the original patentee was. We don't know what happened after that.
It shall surface at some point in the future. Potentially.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that issue? The next issue was the level ditch, or the Collins Creek Ditch abandonment. Balcom and Green had submitted a letter previously that was in the record asserting that the ditch had been abandoned based on the following. Water had not been diverted through this portion of the ditch on the GSS property for over 20 years. The ditch is in poor repair as a result of non-use, and the ditch has been blocked off to prevent water from flowing into a culvert and across the road. Again, the level ditch is the ditch line that the driveway will utilize up in here. So once it comes around this bend, it gets up to the ditch, the level of the ditch, follows that ditch line until then it climbs up that last pitch up to the mesa. Vested rights, the applicant has requested the BOCC grant a standard 3-year vested right associated with this resolution, which is consistent with BOCC action on other takings remediations. That is included in the resolution. Actually, there was one other item on the driveway. I forgot that we have in the most recent information that Jim submitted. There were two, or there was one. The retaining wall by the, by Woody Creek Road had one wall, one retaining wall. Show up, let me pull up the second one too. They've come up, as they further refined some of the drawings, they've come up with an alternative that shows 2 retaining walls, which would be more consistent with our guidelines in the code for retaining walls. And let me blow this up a little bit more. So here you can see in the section, you would have one retaining wall, the ability to have plantings in between, and then a second retaining wall. These are the 2 retaining walls right here. The alternative that was shown in your packet just had one wall here. Jim, if you can jump in with the height differences on the one versus the 2. How high are each of the 2 walls versus the one?
The single-tier retaining wall would be 12 feet. The 2-tier retaining wall would be roughly 7 feet on the first tier and then 9 feet on the second tier. It would go up in total 16 feet, but it would be broken into 2 walls, which I personally think would be visually more attractive.
And from the perspective of, impacts, I mean, again, I said, I think it's more consistent with our guidelines. It doesn't really change the impact on the surrounding vegetation by doing this, the two instead of 1. And then this also shows you the gap I was discussing about that allows wildlife movement. So they're able to leave that opening, as well as this area on the backside where the draw also comes down. That will remain with the existing vegetation. So I think staff would recommend that this be the alternative that's included with the 2 retaining walls rather than the 1. So that was the only additional item I think that I had. And so we have a resolution, a draft resolution for your consideration.
So Suzanne, Jim, are you going to walk through your drawings of the driveway? Or?
If you would like me to. Otherwise, like always, Suzanne has done a great job, and it's been a long day. I will be as short or as long as you would like.
I mean, personally, I'd like to, these are very good drawings, and I'd like to see sort of a step-by-step.
Sure.
What they are.
I have all of the drawings from your most recent packet loaded, so.
Don't make me work the machine.
You don't have to work the machine, but I can walk
I think we
through.
should look at those because on alternative F, that was a huge concern because the retaining walls were so obtrusive.
Exactly.
Okay, so let me get the right set of maps, and then we can see which ones.
Can I tag onto that while we're going through that? For the Holloway easement that will be affected by this driveway D, can you show me where that is? Because I'm not familiar with that as far as how it impacts this driveway.
It will be vacated.
It would be,
I see that at the time of the driveway is actually built, but does it follow the whole? Can you point it out when we get to that section? Thank you.
well, I don't know if that will. I mean,
You can do the first one, the spaghetti grill.
Spaghetti?
Did I take it down?
The first drawing that showed all the different
Yeah,
roads
I
would
think
be the one.
Oh, that
wait,
one.
maybe I didn't cross it out. Or maybe I did. I did, but I can.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, somehow I closed that one. That one.
Yeah, that should.
So the Holloway access patio was down on this end of the property.
Oh, okay.
And so the easement, you'll see, does it show the 2 options?
G1 and G2.
Yeah, I can. There were two driveways shown
Other
here.
ones
One
in
was
there?
in the easement from the 60s,
Right,
kind of
61 or
runs
something.
along here. And then there was another driveway proposed that went outside of that easement, but permission was never granted by the Holloways for that driveway. So basically they were limited to the 1960s easement, which doesn't have adequate turning radius.
Well, I remember that from way back, actually.
Right, and also grades in order to get up there.
Right.
So basically to improve, they could not work within the easement and improve the driveway to meet our standards. So basically the driveway that is now being discussed, D, doesn't have any implication on this. that just was the decision, the recommendation was, well, if this is going to end up being the driveway.
Let's make sure it's the
let's
driveway
make
before
that
we
goes-
vacate the
make that go
easement.
away.
Got it, okay.
Um,
Thank you, that answers my question.
Okay, so now we'll go to. Okay, so. Do you want me just to find the driveway drawings, or we've got, let's see what all we've got, so that'll show all the sections.
If you go back to the two-tier one, that may be a good starting point.
Okay.
With the spaghetti.
No, I want driveway with 2 walls, sorry. I mean, just
Driveway with
close
2
all
walls.
the things we want. Okay, so that would be the start of the driveway.
So Suzanne, where are the cottonwoods that are gonna be removed in the whole?
In here? Jim's, here, you point, you can handle pointing.
I don't know, man.
I'll drive this machine, but I think you can
Michael,
do
right
Jim
in
pointing.
there.
So those cottonwoods are close, very close to the road, so those are gonna be eliminated.
Yes.
And then the plantings that you show there, are those representations of plantings that are actually gonna occur?
Yes.
And those are gonna be cottonwoods, or what are they gonna be?
Probably aspens.
Aspen tree.
Yeah. And let me clarify, Michael, if I may. These cottonwoods are actually in the Woody Creek Road right-of-way. And so a driveway, right-of-way permit would be required. This would be graded back to improve the sight line this way. And then beyond the sight line boundary, if you want to call it that, there would be saving some existing vegetation and putting in new vegetation up here.
So, Curtis, if you're looking at putting in trees there, how are they gonna get water?
The property has water rights from Salvation Ditch, so we would probably just run put a pump in Salvation Ditch and just run temporary above-ground irrigation lines. I mean, all of this revegetation will require water, and as I say, it will come from Salvation Ditch, or we have a well permit for the property and drill a well.
So Jim, you're into the driveway there, and then you have on the right side of the driveway going up, you have the 2-tiered wall.
Correct.
Is that right? And then following that 2-tiered wall, you have an opening.
Correct.
And so the thought of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife is that wildlife could get through that opening, across the driveway, down through the circle essentially.
Yes.
And then cross the road.
Yes. Steve, if I may. Myself and Jonathan Lowski went out with Kevin Wright. I've got the date in the report. But Kevin said, Kevin said, to be honest, this is not the preferred access. The Holloway would be preferred access, and everybody agreed with that. But, the Holloway doesn't allow emergency vehicles. So Kevin said, having a minimum of a 30-foot gap in retaining is great. And then he basically said, don't do any vegetation above abandoned level ditch up here. So there's no vegetation disturbance up here. And then replant this basically to screen wildlife, the driveway from wildlife until they get to the driveway, give them a path where they could come on through. If I may correct one thing that Suzanne said, this portion is extremely steep. The 2-tier wall is visually better. There would be some additional disturbance on the back of this wall, about 7 feet, but this is not flat. let's put it that way. So your more flat movement would be here, and/or they come up here and go on level ditch and just go out. But from Kevin's, and I can get this in writing, Kevin said creating an opening in the retaining wall was probably the best thing one could do, and replant native vegetation and try to visually screen this off in through here.
And so that driveway, as you turn into it, is starting to go up right away.
Yes.
It's starting to ascend, and so what looks flat here is actually spiraling upwards.
That's correct. We're, per the driveway standards, we're basically level here. I think it's a 2% slope. Then we have a 7% slope, and then as we go up, we hit a 9% slope, and then we kind of level out once we get up on the ditch platform.
And you can see around that curve as you ascend. I mean, you can see that there are vehicles that are coming down. There's
Yes.
not a wall there.
Well, there's a wall here.
Yeah, but not on the inside of the curve.
No, there's no wall in there.
And so then you go up, and do we have a scene from the next link here?
Go the full length. And just to point out, this is where Salvation Siphon is, Salvation Ditch Siphon, and we would cross that. So, once again, the entrance, Salvation Ditch Siphon, we get up on the abandoned ditch about a point in here. It's pretty flat up through here. I think it's at 5%, 4%, because you're basically on the abandoned ditch platform. And then at this point you climb up, and I think we've kept it at 8% as you climb through this additional gully.
So on the level ditch portion, on the uphill side, that's a wall there?
Yeah, there will be both a uphill wall and a downhill wall.
And what's the height of the wall on the uphill side?
I think it says 7 feet. Let me follow along
Could
with
you
these.
show the section of that section there? Is that a section right there?
The next sheet has all of the sections.
Okay.
So
Steve, is that, see, ABC, is that DD?
I think so.
I can't.
Yeah,
read
it
here.
is. Here, first, let me answer the first question, and then we'll go to, I might not be able to read that any better in the darkness. Retaining wall, 7 foot tall at highest portion on that section.
And so, and then you go, is there any estimation of how much that can be viewed from the road? Is it quite visible from the road, or is there?
But, you know, based on our analysis or understanding, if a lot of this Gamble Oak stays in place, the downhill side wall actually may be slightly more visible than the uphill wall. I'm not even sure you see much of the uphill wall.
And then so you're proceeding up, and you said it was about, it's relatively flat in there, 2% or something.
Yeah.
And then you proceed up again?
Yeah, and once again, you're proceeding up into a gully. So I think this vegetation begins to hide that as you go up in that second gully.
From the road?
From the road.
And then you get up into the meadow area after that?
Yeah, you pop up into the meadow, correct.
And that's probably not visible at all?
No, you won't see that from any place. You see it from Starwood, but that's all.
And so do we have the section page now?
Here's the section. So DD was the one you were pointing out, Steve, which is in the middle on the right side.
So that vegetation below is existing vegetation?
Yes.
And above is also existing vegetation?
Yes. In this case, the existing vegetation on the downhill side and the steepness here visually works in our favor. Only because they're the pre-existing level ditch platform.
So it looks like the biggest retaining wall is in that section FF, which is the steepest part going up the last grade up.
Yeah, and as I say, that's far enough away with enough vegetation in front, you know, you may see it from the road, but it's not going to be in your face. Let's put it that way.
Does that then, in DD, does that just, where the paved driveway is, does that just drop off with the retaining wall? Will there be any kind of a curb or a fence or a guardrail or?
Yes.
Okay, so, but the guardrail may be visible above the retaining wall. But you gotta have that or they're gonna
Yes.
slide right off that into Woody Creek Road.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
These are great drawings too, by the way.
Thank you.
Do you want me to continue through to the ones that show where the house is going to be located?
Are we approving, I was confused, there's actual renderings of the house, which I don't think we've seen before, right?
We discussed it at the last meeting. I mean, in part of the application is site plan review for the residents, as well as use of one TDR up to 8,250 square feet. So that is part of this approval.
And are we approving the actual appearance of the house, or just the location of the house?
Everything that's been represented is part of that approval. Obviously, with any site plan review we do, when somebody has minor changes along the way, if it's, you know, different material or they, you know, to have little changes, we, you know, determine if that requires an amendment or not. But basically, that you're approving this house in this location based on the representations made in this application.
What page is that? You
know, the maps.
The house.
The visual of the house?
I don't know. I don't have the same page.
Do you want to just look at mine, George?
Or that you have, but I can there. I have them all here.
The drawings, George, or the wording?
Not the word, well, the house, the information regarding the house.
Well, this is the overall site plan showing you the driveway where it climbs up to the residence.
Okay, that's all I can see.
These are the elevations.
And this is based on an 8250?
Yes.
Yes. Section. That was the visual analysis. So yes, that's all part of this approval.
And if, at the appropriate time, if you like, I can kind of walk you through the visual impact of the house, of the house.
So this is at 8,000
8,250
with the approval of a TDR,
with the approval of the TDR, yes.
which is also part of today.
And there were actually, it requires
Right.
2 TDRs given the prior approval, is that right?
The applicant has agreed, has basically offered to retire 2 TDRs for the value of one, for the 2,500 square feet. So that was just something that
They agreed to that
they
just
made a
voluntarily.
commitment to do, yes.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? I'll comment, do my comments first. We've studied this a lot since I've been on the board and looked at different alternatives. No alternative is perfect. I think this is the best solution we could come up with given the the different constraints on the different locations. And the good parts about this driveway D is it's entirely on the owner's property. It doesn't, aside for going across the tiny little bit that's in the county's easement on the county road where it crosses the Craig property, just for a few feet there at the very beginning, but that's in the easement. No matter, it's going to certainly affect wildlife a little bit, but I think the plan is good. Wildlife are very adaptable, and I think that they will do fine with this plan. I would like to hear about the spring water and the investigation into that. And I'm glad that in terms of the burial site, which since we don't know where it is, I think it would be absolutely essential that if human remains are found, that they be taken care of in the best fashion possible, and the Wagner family be notified, and construction stop immediately till that's resolved is what I think the proper way to do that.
So see, I think that needs to be added as a condition, so I think I
Yeah,
agree.
they agreed to have that be a
Yeah, we need to
condition,
make sure
that-
that's
just to
added.
notify, but I don't know, I think I would say that construction on that part would have to cease until the human remains are given to the Wagner family to be relocated. Since we have no idea how far up the gully they put them, you might not even get near them, but we don't really know. So I think that's really important.
We're fine with that.
Yeah. And this solution is the best for the Holloway family. It doesn't intrude on their property at all, and I like that. It does keep it entirely on the Strang family's property. It's not a perfect solution, but I can support it. And I do want to hear just more about the spring and make sure that that's okay.
If I may, this has been, for all of us, this has been a very long process, and it's getting late, but I would personally like to acknowledge the Holloway family. You know, 3 years ago, I never had met Mr. Holloway, and I cannot think of a more fine gentleman in the valley. And Roy, he's probably seen more of me in the last 4 or 5 years than he would like, I'm sure. But, you know, they've just been very respectful, civil. Even when we disagree on things, you know, we're able to talk. And that's really true for all the neighbors. You know, sometimes we butted heads, but hopefully I can still, you know, I think we can talk. But Mr. Holloway, Roy Holloway, and the whole family, I mean, they're just a prince of a family. And I think everybody in this room knows that. So, thank you. Relative to your follow-up on the spring, Brandon is back in the room. He will come up and give you a very quick presentation. He's a water engineer with Smeza Gordon Myers. Please don't ask me to pronounce his last name. I'm going to let him do that.
Longenwiesen?
I'm not even going to go there. And so, it's all yours. And then I can follow up with any additional questions, comments.
So I pronounce it Langenheisen.
Langenheisen.
It is difficult, so thanks for trying. As you guys have the report in front of us, and I have a couple drawings that I'll throw up if I can. We were asked to look into the spring, the Ute City Spring. We performed a site visit. We found a spring that matched the description as decreed. It was near the decreed location, and it had a series of seeps that we found. So that spring is identified. It's a green dot, has a kind of an arrow pointing to it. Yep. So that's what we were able to observe. It's on the embankment below Woody Creek Road. And there's a series of springs and seeps to the north or the southeast along between Woody Creek Road and the north property edge of Miss Reckland's property. And so that's what's visibly, like what's out there right now. We reviewed historical aerial photographs. We reviewed topographic maps and geologic mapping. And what you're looking at right now is the geologic mapping of the area. And what we found was that there's a fault. It's the Castle Creek Fault. And you can see it's located in between the two dashed black lines. And those two black lines, in between those two areas, is an upthrust. So it's an older formation that's thrown up, so you don't find it on either side of that fault line. It's just limited to right there in between those faults. And that fault, they're dashed. That's how the geologic mapping shows it. It's dashed because it's not visible from the surface and it's approximate. So they're buried, they don't know exactly where it is, but it's around that area. And so this upthrust, and what we found was that the formation that's underneath, that was upthrusted, is the Eagle Valley Formation. It's basalt and, gypsum and siltstones and claystones. It's a less pervious formation. On the overlaying that, the deeper formation is a bunch of gravels and alluvial fan deposits. And so what we found was that any water, whether it's ditch seepage or precipitation or snowmelt, is going to seep through those gravels and sands more or less vertically. It's going to come across that Eagle Valley Formation, and it's going to follow the path of least resistance, and it's going to flow down towards, perpendicular to those fault lines and perpendicular to the river, so it's going to flow down towards the river along that. And that really justifies as well why you see a series of seeps along the whole road. It's not just a fracture, it's not just a single point, it's kind of spread out, and you can see evidence of this up and down the valley, actually. So our findings was that the source water for the spring is more in the northeast direction, and that it's going to be deeper. It's going to be along the top of the Eagle Valley Formation, which is going to be not affected by near-surface excavation. The other exhibit that we had, this is just a cross-section of the AA prime. Rotate it.
There we go.
So this kind of shows what we think is going on. So you have those formations, the Qs are the gravels and the alluvial fans. The formation underneath has kind of like a parenthesis thing with a P and an E. That's the Eagle Valley Formation. And so this is a schematic. The depths aren't exact by any means. They're just estimates. But water will be percolating more vertically and then flowing along that top of the Eagle Valley Formation. The southern fault line is shown on the left. It's right near underneath the road. That's right where those springs are occurring, those springs and seeps. The proposed driveway is to the northwest of the spring, so it's outside of the tributary area, and it's all near surface excavation. It's not going to get down to the Eagle Valley Formation. So that was our findings.
And Steve, if I may, in Ms. Reckman's comments, yeah, I mean, I can go back. I'm not sure if we were out there Thanksgiving Day. I think I was because I was here by myself. My wife was out of town. And we used the adjudicated water right to plot where it was. And there's multiple water seeps and streams out there. Mm-hmm. But I think the basic conclusion Brendan has come to is water is perking down, it's hitting a solid layer, and then it's going out. And look at Woody Creek Road. That's been there for ages. And you can go all up and down that road, and there's seepage coming underneath that road at various points. Woody Creek Road is here, and we're going up this way. So we're going to be high from anything that's there today, higher in elevation. Thank you.
Okay, Michael?
There's a lot of members of the public interested, and I know it's not a public hearing, but if they just could make short comments if they want. I'd like that. I'd appreciate that.
Can I make another, just a question? I don't have a problem with public comment, but do we need to also add in there a decision on the two-tier before we get off the we needed to add a condition about this cemetery, and I think that's really important. And I think it should be when they're excavating, they actually look carefully for any bones, any human remains, or any remains, and then determine. And then I thought we had to make a decision, do we not, on the tier, 2-tier or 1-tier, or is that?
I think if you all agree that that's the appropriate alternative, that will be recorded with the site plan, so.
Okay. I just didn't know if we needed to address that specifically, and apparently we.
There's
Not-
nothing
not
specific
ahead.
here now, so I think I can,
Okay.
that
Okay.
representation has been made, so.
Just want to make sure we didn't forget that.
Michael, I would agree with you that to let members of the public speak if, and this isn't an official public hearing, but if any, we have a lot of the neighbors here. We don't have all the neighbors here, but a big portion of them. And any of you wish to speak on this, I'll give you a couple minutes to speak. Tony?
Tony Wagner's my name. I'm here on Margaret Rickling's behalf. And you have our comments in your packet. A couple points I'd like to make, however. With the in-holding, there's a potential there that whoever owns that's going to come in here next year and say, well, I want a driveway over here or a driveway over there. And I don't know why Michael Craig's property gets drug into this, because, he made a conservation easement on his property to protect wildlife. And now it says, well, maybe that in-holding guy would access his place through Michael Craig's property, which I'm just saying, if there's a way you can avoid that in-holding guy maybe should be, like, you got to use this driveway because we spent 4 or 5 years figuring it out, and let's not do this again.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I'd like to say, and this happens all the time, is somebody divides up a ranch and they leave an access, just like we had here. And I'm not picking on the Holloways because they've been raising these since 1959. Mr. Holloway says he's not done yet, but anyway. When people come in with these things, nobody even knew about the historic access through there, or they chose to ignore it. It seems to me it's incumbent on the county to take a more active role in making the original right-of-way work. And if that means putting a variance on a corner so that fire truck has to back up, so be it. The last land use thing we were talking about in here today, the fire guy said, well, I can't get there, you're on your own. And maybe people, when they build on parcels like this, need to be told, if the fire truck can't make the corner, maybe you should dig a deeper well. And I think for all future applications, that you guys as a board should make sure that the staff has researched the easements and everything pertinent to that property so that we don't get in this big match for years.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Tony.
And I'd like to thank Jim Curtis for his consideration.
I knew you weren't done.
That thought had crossed my mind about the road, the out parcel, requiring have that be a condition of the approval of this one, that if that out parcel is developed, that they use this same driveway. And I don't know how it would go. I haven't even looked at how it would go across the mesa from the 8,250 square foot house to get to that out parcel, but I would have to agree with Tony Wagner that we don't want to have to go through this again and debate another road through the Craigs or up the gully or, who knows what.
Well, first of all, I don't know if we can do that. Second of all, we don't even know who the owner is or whatever is with the out parcel, is my understanding. And third, it would be incumbent upon the person, whoever does own that out parcel, to get an access easement from somebody else. And if everybody else in the neighborhood said no, then that guy does not have access to his property. End of story. And, we could always do a TDR for, what do we call it? Yeah. Somewhere down the line if somebody surfaces from God only knows where, but I think in the interim, Yeah, I do agree that we don't want to be going through this again. I mean, I've been going through it before I was here today. But I don't think there's any way we can ask the current applicant to do that on a parcel. We don't even know who owns it, if anybody will ever show up for it.
And that's consistent with my understanding from
Yeah.
Johnny.
Mr. Pierce?
I was just going to add on, and Patty's absolutely right, but I think that also, what we do know is that whoever owns that parcel, access will be an issue, and to developing it at all. And if you take away that as an issue, it makes it easier to develop.
Yeah, and I don't think we want to do that.
Okay.
Any other members of
Yeah, does anybody else want to comment, or they're all seem to be happy?
Roy Holloway, I speak on behalf of the Holloway family, and I thank you for all your considerations. I thank you, Jim Curtis, for your kind words. And it has been a pleasure getting to know a little bit more about how this operation works. It's not always the way we want to learn, but I thank you for all of your considerations and the county commissioners coming out on the property and all of that. And Tony's still my best friend as far as I'm concerned. He still has to grow up a lot.
Can I just,
Yeah,
I just want to thank the senior, Mr. Holloway, for being here. I think that's amazing. It is so good to see him.
Now, Patty, you missed our site inspection when we went out there, but he was out there on his ATV following us
my
right
God.
along a good part of the way on our site visit.
That would have made me so nervous.
So, Patty?
You need a motion?
Yeah, I definitely need a motion.
This is going to be a tough one, so help me along here. We need a motion to approve, what am I approving? The takings remediation. It is remediating the taking of GSS Properties LLC by granting activity envelope and site plan review approval for driveway alternative D, site plan review approval for a single-family residence, and special review and GMQS exemption for a TDR receiver site. And that will include the language regarding the issue related to any human remains, the cemetery, quote-unquote, and to the two-tiered approval for the driveway. And this does include on TDRs, 2 TDRs for acceptance of the square footage allowed for 1 TDR.
Right.
Okay.
And I have a couple of like minor language.
Okay. Yeah, add it to my amendment. Yeah, add it to my.
The first is just on recital number 4, where Jim pointed out that, I said, let's see, in the third line, driveway envelope, I called it, I don't know, I scratched it out, so I don't know what it said, but it's supposed to be alternative A. That was the first driveway that was denied in 2011, the first driveway alignment. I think I had F under there, it's supposed to be
You have
A.
F, so we need that to be A.
And I think the only other one was, oh, actually there are 2. I realized condition 6D, where we talked about obtaining the driveway access permit, it will also need a right-of-way permit because they will have development within the right-of-way for the initial portion of the driveway, as well as some of that grading and landscaping. So there would be an additional condition requiring them to obtain it.
So does that make it 6E or 6D6?
I would probably do it as 6E. It would be a
6E? So that would be a road right-of-way permit. A right-of-way permit?
Correct. And then lastly, condition number 16, just kind of cleaning up some language where Jim said, retaining walls shall be constructed with boulders faced with stone or be of earth-colored materials. They've represented boulder retaining walls, and there was no reference to boulders, so we were just trying to add
boulders.
that language in.
Earth-colored MSE walls would be something.
Or be of earth-colored
walls.
Okay.
Okay. So that's part of my motion.
When you said earth color, do you mean red earth color? I mean,
Our
no.
language says earth-colored materials similar to the surrounding natural landscape. So we're looking for the immediate palette.
Just as a side note, if you look at the airport underpass, not the fake plastic stuff. They've got some really nice earth tone, brownish, blackish MSE walls. I think they're very attractive on the ABC side of it.
For those of us who have actually used that underpass, they are, it is, they are nice.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second?
Is there further discussion? Michael?
I'll just say, I'll just congratulate the board for being really rigorous about this, really, really rigorous, because this wouldn't have happened unless we demanded a better result. And this may not be the perfect result, but it's the best one so far. And I think that we're to be congratulated. The staff is to be congratulated because they've been patient with us. And the applicants, to a great degree, have been patient with us and certainly been responsive to us. So thank the applicant, but most of all, it's the board that's been so rigorous about this. It's our job, and although people don't want to go through this again, I think if you're a county commissioner, you can expect to go through it, and you should go through it, because you should demand the best out of people.
Jim?
Not to confuse anything, but I really have made an effort to communicate with people. And when we did the site visit, when Jonathan Losky and I did the site visit with Kevin Wright, we talked about the single tier and the 30 feet. Just as a courtesy to Mr. Wright, I would like to have the ability to go back to him and say, visually, the 2-tier is what we would prefer. And just make sure, I don't want him to feel like I did a bait and switch or anything like that. And just communicate with him. And if that's okay with everyone, I would like to do that. I'm sure he's going to be fine with it. But, you know, he was good enough to come out and do a site visit with us, and I want to stay in touch with him.
George? You can certainly stay in touch with him, but you can't lead him to expectations that he may at some point change what our vote is.
Good point.
I hear you. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve with numerous amendments. And Jeanette, you have all the amendments, or we can listen to the tape again if we have to.
Thanks, Jeanette.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you.
Jim. We're going to miss you. You'll have to get another project.
No.
That was one right across the street.
No. Have a good evening.
More item is open discussion. John, do you have any open discussion items?
No, I do not. This time.
I do have one thing I would like to bring up. There was a letter written by the Board of County Commissioners of Boulder County and regarding trying to get more local authority over oil and gas operations. And they sent this around to lots of different county commissioners who had, in CCI meetings, had opposed the